The Fire Princess. By Azureblade. The Avatar has been missing for almost 100 years, and the war rages on. After the banishment of her younger half-brother, Azura, first princess of the Fire Nation, decides that she is not happy with the current course of her country. Chapter 1. I'm sorry, Uncle, Father made it clear I cannot give you any more assistance than this. I said sadly as I watched the last of the supply crates being loaded on the small ship. Nonsense, Princess. Your help is greatly appreciated. If not for you, we would have needed to ration our food carefully before we reached the colonies, my Uncle Iroh said kindly. I'm sure your brother appreciates it as well. Half-brother. I replied. I shifted my gaze to the upper deck and watched the figure of my half-brother Zuko shouted orders at those around him. Every time I saw the thick bandages covering the left side of his face, my heart clenched. It was a reminder of how little power I had, and my failure to change the fate of my family. He made it clear yesterday that I should keep away since he doesn't need the pity of someone else unable to inherit the throne. Uncle Iroh hummed while he stroked his beard. Prince Zuko is very unbalanced right now, Princess. Do not let words said in anger come between the two of you. I know he still cares about you, and will apologize once he calms down. Of course, being banished, it's not like you will see him anytime soon. Another voice says behind us. Hello, Azula, my. Shouldn't you two be in class? I greeted my younger sister and her perpetually miserable attendant. May bowed to me with a mumbled greeting, but Azula just waved me off. Come now, sister, it's not every day you get to see a member of the royal family being banished. Why, this is history in the making. I just had to see it for myself. A black history, certainly. Future generations will remember the time the crown prince of the Fire Nation was banished for the terrible crime of caring for his people. I stated dryly. Our conversation was interrupted by a loud horn coming from the ship. The ship will be leaving soon. I must leave now. Uncle Iroh said. He bowed to me, right fist under left palm in a Fire Nation salute. Goodbye, Princess, I will send word when we reach the colonies and decide on our destination. He repeated the action to Azula. I wanted nothing more to run to him and hug him. But I could not afford the breach in decorum with so many people around us. Instead, I returned the bow. Take care, Uncle. Try not to bother Zuko with your proverbs too much. Yes, Zuzu's brain might not be able to handle it. Azula commented from the side. Have fun chasing ghosts, do let us know if you find anything interesting. Azula, mind your manners. I said sternly as Uncle Iroh walked back to the ship. What? You know this is a fool's errand. The Avatar hasn't been seen in nearly 100 years. If he hasn't been found by now, he won't be found by one ship led by a disgraced prince and a fat failure of a general. Azula said in that sure tone only an 11-year-old can produce. Fool's errand or not, mocking someone for their circumstances is the mark of a weak person. Not to mention, as usual, Father has managed to weaken the position of the royal family in the eyes of the rest of the nobility. Weakened us? But he showed he was decisive and merciful to everyone. He didn't favor his family over a breach in etiquette and spared Zuzu's life after he disgraced himself by refusing to fight. Azula seemed shocked. I considered a show of power the wrong move. How could that weaken us? I watched the ship Zuko and Uncle Iroh were on slowly slip out of the dock while I considered the best way to answer. I had made some progress over the years curbing Azula's more sadistic qualities, mostly by ensuring there were consequences when she acted out, but it was clear she valued our father's approval more than my own. He showed that he would seek the maximum punishment for a minor outburst. I said slowly. While Zuko speaking out of turn was an insult, normally it would be resolved by a reparation gift or at most a spar. Not an Agni Kai. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. By scarring Zuko even after he refused to fight, he showed he will also not forgive a slight, for any reason. Even if it's speaking out against a truly stupid idea. Zuko's ship had cleared the dock and started heading out to sea. I judged there was no point standing here anymore. I turned around to face my younger half-sister and her friend, motioning them to follow me. Azula dutifully followed next to me. Though from the corner of my eye, I could see my stare after the ship a little longer, before surreptitiously wiping a few tears from her eyes. Alright, she had a crush on Zuko. Well, shouldn't that just make everyone else not make mistakes then? Isn't that a good thing? Azula asked, jerking my attention back to her. No, it will simply make everyone afraid to admit making a mistake. Because if the crown prince was disfigured and banished for speaking out of turn, what happens to a captain that loses a battle? What about a garrison that loses a town? Or perhaps more simply, a mining town that cannot meet the demand requested? These are ultimately the responsibility of the nobles in the area, so when they report to father about the state of the war, do you think they will be truthful if things are not going well? Of course. How could they dare to lie if they are so worried about the consequences? I sighed. Maybe that was the wrong argument to take. What about you, Mai? Do you think they would be truthful? I asked. Judging by the wide-eyed expression, Mai was not expecting me to include her in this conversation. It was probably a little mean of me to do so, but this would be an important lesson for Azula. It should be natural for a leader to take responsibility for their failure, princess. Mai said, neatly sidestepping my question, but falling right into the trap I laid out. You see that, Azula? She couldn't give me an answer one way or the other without potentially offending one of us. So she gave me a non-answer that sounds nice, but doesn't address the problem. Azula glared at her friend, realizing Mai didn't agree with her answer. Don't get upset, Azula. I chided. That's what happens when people are afraid to speak the truth. They say what the person in charge wants to hear, or something pleasant, but empty. They wouldn't lie if they were scared enough. Azula pouted. She looked adorable, and I had to stop myself from pinching her cheeks in response. And if they did their jobs right, they wouldn't have to worry. Father won't punish people for doing their job. He absolutely would. I said sadly, still resisting the urge to pinch Azula's cheeks. In fact, many nobles will think he did just that to Zuko. Azula looked confused. So did Mai, in fact. Many nobles believe it is the duty of the royal family to guide the Fire Lord by advising him from multiple points of view. While Zuko was wrong how he did it, it could be seen he was doing his job as a member of our family. It's partly because of this, father makes sure I'm never around during big meetings. So to them, father punished a boy who made a mistake the first time he was asked to do his job. The two young girls were silent as we walked through the streets of the capital. Lost in thought as they digested my words. I also let my thoughts drift. The fallout for the prince being banished was starting to be felt as alliances among the nobles started to shift. As usual, father ignored the growing chaos. Content to wait for the new lines to be drawn before terrifying everyone to fall in line with him. If I was lucky, a few would join my bloc, but it was unlikely. I was already struggling to keep hold of the nobles that supported Uncle. With him leaving, they would be harder to convince to stay on my side. But if Zuko, Azula started hesitantly. Only continuing at my encouraging nod. If he was bad at his job, shouldn't he be replaced? That's what happens to the firebending instructors when they don't teach me right. Just because someone does a job the way you don't like, doesn't mean they are bad at their job. I said. And just because you don't agree with what they say doesn't mean they should be replaced. Azula looked skeptically at me. We were pretty close to my destination, but I guess I could try to fit in one more lesson. Azula, you learned the 14th firebending set this week, did you not? I asked, seemingly at random. She nodded. Please demonstrate it for me. No fire though. She still looked confused, but seamlessly went through the forms like it was easy as breathing for her. She truly was a genius when it came to firebending. And I could say without doubt I was proud of how far she had come. She finished the form with a straight right punch, her left fist cocked above her head, and her right foot forward. That was beautifully done, I said, and Azula looked ready to preen at the praise. But wrong. What? No, it wasn't. Father himself said I did it perfectly the other day. Azula screeched. I'm sure he did, I said placatingly, waving my hands to calm the flustered preteen down. The thing is though, the 14th set ends differently depending on if you use the northern form or the southern one. Father uses the southern one, so to him it looks perfect. In the northern one, the final move is a vertical sweep that leaves your right hand by your right foot, and your left arm straight back. I demonstrated the pose. So to me, the form is wrong. I straightened up and looked at my half-sister with a soft smile. In the end, neither one of us are wrong. But if the best firebending master from the south told me I did the form wrong, should I have him replaced? After all, he didn't agree with my version of firebending. I'm pleased to see both girls giving my words some thought. You don't have to give me an answer, I told them. Just keep in mind people have different opinions than you. And just because you don't agree with them, doesn't mean you should throw them away. I clapped my hands, suddenly making the both of them jump. Now then, you two should get back to class. I believe you owe Ty Lee an apology for covering for you. The two of them looked around before realizing I had led them back to the gates in front of the Royal Fire Academy for girls. The headmistress standing at the entrance, glaring sternly at them while a sheepish Ty Lee waved awkwardly nearby. Leaving the three of them to the not-so-tender mercies of the headmistress, a woman I had personally discovered had no problem disciplining a princess, I made my way back to my estate. Chapter 2. Returning to my estate, I felt my mood return to the bleak state it was in when I was saying goodbye to my uncle. Despite the amusement I felt talking to Azula, the loss of both Zuko and Uncle Iroh was a great dampener on my spirits. Uncle Iroh was my biggest support in political circles, and just pleasant to be around in general. He was also one of the few people safe to drop the mask of Princess of the Fire Nation around. I would miss the easy conversations where I could confide in him that I wasn't confident in my plans and vent my frustrations without opening myself up to some subtle manipulation further down the line. Zuko, on the other hand, was an interesting case for me. When we were children both, he and Azula followed me around like baby turtle ducks, constantly looking for the attention of either myself or Lady Ursa. I was thrilled to have a loving family again, even if it meant putting up with father, so I constantly tried to give them someone to look up to. I played the part of a dutiful daughter and tried to make sure his harsh perfectionist manner didn't affect my half-siblings too much and that they knew I cared for them. In fact, I thought I was pretty successful until the death of our cousin Lu Ten and father's subsequent usurpation of the throne. With the death of Fire Lord Azula and my stepmother's banishment, I was forced to try and shield the two of them from political vultures looking to take advantage of the natural chaos following a change in Fire Lord. But there was only so much a 13-year-old girl was capable of doing, even if she was a princess, so I desperately decided to go to my father and request he keep Zuko and Azula away from politics until they could fend for themselves. Father agreed to help. Of course, he didn't do so out of the goodness of his heart. In exchange for keeping my half-siblings away from court machinations, I would move out of the imperial palace and into the city. An obvious move to get rid of an obstacle since it was known I supported Uncle Iroh more than I did father, but there was no reason he could banish me without angering all the nobles backing Uncle Iroh. Especially since many of them didn't support banishing Lady Ursa, suspicions of treason or no. But it was an offer I had to accept. So within a few days Zuko and Azula lost their grandfather, cousin, mother, and I was forced away to only see them on occasion. Father wasn't exactly the caring sort either, so it was little surprise we grew distant. Azula latched onto our time together, desperate for the affection of family even as father tried to mold her in his image. Zuko on the other hand seemed to view my departure as a betrayal of sorts. I tried repeatedly over the next 2 years to try and mend the gap in our relationship and explain why it was necessary, but little came of it. Since he departed without even seeing me, I doubt he forgave me even now. With those dark thoughts on my mind, I made my way to the back gardens. The artfully kept trees and flowers helped raise my spirits and release some of the tension I was feeling. Watching the lotus flowers float through the pond was always relaxing to me. I spent a lot of time imagining them as my problems and just letting them float away. Although it seemed like I would not get the chance today, as minutes after I sat down on one of the stone benches a maid came walking up to me with a nervous expression on her face. "Hello Lu Yun, is something the matter?" I greeted her. Lu Yun bowed low. "Greetings princess, I am here to announce Trade Magistrate Jing is here to speak to you." I frowned. He wasn't supposed to meet with me today. "Very well, bring me to him." "Oh. Greetings your highness." An older man in his 50s saluted me. Like many of the officials in the imperial city, Magistrate Jing used to be a member of the Fire Nation army. Even in his old age, he retained the lithe build of a warrior. Though years of inactivity had softened his frame and his hair had long turned gray, he still had the look of someone who had been very imposing in his prime. "Greetings, magistrate." I returned, walking over to a low table with some writing implements on it and taking a seat on one of the cushions and gesturing him to the seat across from me. "Can I interest you in some tea?" Magistrate Jing took the offered seat but raised a hand to stop Lu Yun even as she poured me a cup. "No thank you, princess. I will not be staying long." "I see." I accepted the cup from Lu Yun and took a moment to appreciate the aroma. "You did not grow up around Uncle Iroh without learning how to appreciate tea. Then how can I help you, magistrate? If I recall, we were not supposed to meet for another 3 days. Magistrate Jing shifted uncomfortably and I started to get a bad feeling. "Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation." "Yes, our meeting." "Unfortunately, I will be unable to make our meeting. Head Magistrate Zun has called a meeting in 3 days, so I came by to inform you," he said, not meeting my eyes. My bad feeling got worse. "I see," I said slowly. "If it's necessary, we could move our meeting to the following day. As you know, we only have another week to draft a proposal against the new taxes on the colonies." "My apologies. My schedule is very busy these days, I don't know if I will be able to find the time," Magistrate Jing said, while shrinking in on himself. "So that's how it is." I set my tea on a provided saucer. "Of course, is there anything else, magistrate?" He flinched at my noticeably colder tone. "And no, princess. I trust you can see yourself out then." Magistrate Jing quickly stood up at my dismissal. He bowed and saluted me, then turned on his heel and briskly walked out. I held my temper for all of a minute. Just long enough to be sure Magistrate Jing was not in hearing range. "Rah!" I slammed a fist on the table, ignoring the way it cracked as a plume of fire erupted from my hand and burned everything on it. I sat there huffing furiously until slight movement out the corner of my eye drew me out of my thoughts. Lu Yun sat huddled in a corner, hiding behind her serving tray, staring at me in fear. The sight of her like that drowned out my temper and replaced it with an intense feeling of shame. I hated having the servants tiptoeing around me like one wrong move would be the end of them. "Lu Yun," I reached out to her but stopped when she flinched away from me. I sighed and waved a hand. "Go prepare a bath. I will be along in a little while." I turned back to the ruined table and tried to pretend her swift departure didn't hurt my heart. "Oh." Lounging in the warm water, I idly played with a flower petal while I thought about the past few days. Father had once again made sure I was unable to attend a scheduled war council. As the first princess, there were several nobles I needed to appease by attending inane parties to ensure they felt important and continued to happily support the royal family. Especially when the Fire Lord had other things scheduled and was unable to attend himself. Since there had been no major operations coming up, I was unable to justify not going as well, since it was supposed to be a minor meeting. So I was forced to attend the birthday party of some random official, whose name I hadn't bothered to remember in his place. It was just bad luck. This was the one time Zuko managed to convince Uncle Iroh to let him sit in on a council. Zuko managed to draw father's ire during the meeting, so when I returned to the palace ready to give father the well wishes that followed a member of the royal family attending an event in place of the Fire Lord, I was greeted with the sight of my half-brother being treated for severe burns while Uncle Iroh watched over him. Then barely 2 days later, almost the instant Zuko was released from the medical center, father banished Zuko, and Uncle Iroh decided to go with him. They had just barely left and already Uncle Iroh's allies were cutting ties with me. I closed my eyes and reclined against the side of the tub. Magistrate Jing was one of the most influential officials that supported me and Uncle over the years. For him to suddenly distance himself from me when father proposed taxing the colonies more just after Uncle leaves the country. It seems he was no longer a supporter. Time would tell how many followed in his footsteps. I realized my hands were clenched and I was shaking. Letting out a long breath, I allowed myself to slip under the water. For a few seconds I allowed myself to just be. No worries about the future. No heartache about the present. I let the tension just bleed off into the water. I only surfaced again once my lungs started to burn from lack of air and stepped out of the bath. 2 maids followed me to a lounge chair where they dried me off and began brushing my long midnight black hair. I idled about and played with a hand mirror, admiring my reflection as the servants dealt with any knots or tangles. I especially liked how the light reflected in my bright golden eyes. 15 years later, it was still almost unbelievable I had been reborn after all I suffered. I had been the eldest daughter in my previous life as well, but rather than being the beautiful daughter of a high-ranking family, the royal family even, I had been born to a mid-tier noble house. I would not say I had been ugly, but I certainly wasn't much above average either. I was also not a firebender, so I was expected to marry well and secure an alliance between my first father's house and my husband's. Unfortunately, my uncle at the time had been jealous of my first father's position and had tried to steal it from him. In an attempt to assassinate my father and inherit his title, my uncle was discovered after successfully poisoning my father and killed in the resulting struggle. Not that it mattered. Father never really recovered after the poison and spent the rest of his days bedridden and practically mad. My younger brother spent every hour at his side learning how to be a proper noble even as the rest of my family slowly bled us dry of money and property. When father finally died, they stopped all pretense of caring for us and banished my brother from our estate at the young age of 12 before locking me in a small house to quietly rot away. I spent years growing weaker as food became worse, the house became more worn, and a sickness took root in my body. The last thing I remember from that life was a pair of glowing white-blue eyes that entered my room as I finally succumbed to my illness after more than a decade of imprisonment. But rather than join the spirits of my ancestors like I expected, I found myself in the body of an infant in the same room as a man and woman. At first I had assumed it was just another fevered dream that had plagued my weakened body, so I just watched in silence. The woman had collapsed on the ground in front of the crib I was in and was begging the man to know why he had killed her daughter. The man took pity on her and told her that the second prince had been ordered to marry the granddaughter of Avatar Roku by the Fire Lord. Since she was currently the second prince's wife, Prince Ozai had ordered the 2 of us killed to make sure the union could proceed without issue. At the time I had just figured it was my mind imagining a tragic story that mirrored my own circumstances somewhat and allowed myself to drift off to sleep. When the hysterical screaming of the maid sent to check on the room woke me up and I saw the butchered body of the woman in her bed, I realized I had somehow transmigrated into my current body after the assassin had killed the original inhabitant. Remembering what the assassin said the previous night, I realized, once again, my own family wished me dead for selfish reasons, and broke out crying. At the beginning, I decided that I would get revenge for my murdered mother and the original owner of this body, but after the birth of Zuko and later Azula that changed to just protecting them as best I could. I promised myself that our family would never be split up if I could help it, even if that meant abandoning revenge on the man who killed my mother. To do so, I had strove to excel in every area and build a support base independent from my new father. I was praised as a genius, and for a while it was considered a huge tragedy I was removed from the line of succession since father was not married to my mother when he took the throne. Thankfully those whispers died down once Azula began to display her own talents, even if it annoyed her to constantly have her progress compared to mine. For 15 years I tried to ignore my murderer of a father for the sake of a happy family. Today, he managed to separate me from nearly all of them. And I am done trying to appease selfish people as they drag my home closer to ruin for their own ambition. Now I am going to fight back and reunite my family. Even if it means tearing the throne from the hands of Fire Lord Ozai himself. Chapter 3. I hate meetings like this. I thought as the head trade magistrate spoke passionately about how increasing the tribute demanded in the colonies would ensure the prosperities in the homeland. Over the years I learned people like head magistrate Zun spoke of how everything was for the good of the Fire Nation, yet his proposals always seemed to ensure more gold went into his pockets. Like this increased tax he was arguing for. A simple demand that the colonies provide more gold to the homeland to help cover the increasing war costs to keep them safe from Earth Kingdom raids. On the face of it, it was beneficial, but only if you ignored the way many of the colonies functioned. Most of them had very little in terms of physical money. That wasn't to say they were poor, but most of the time it just circled inside of whatever town it was traded in, since unless a caravan passed through, people were not traveling much due to the war. It should have been obvious that demanding more was going to hurt the colonies, but head magistrate Zun was greedy and father didn't care as long as it didn't affect the war effort. Head magistrate Zun finally stopped stroking his ego in front of the rest of the officials and bowed to father, signaling the end of his proposal. The flames that surrounded father's dais crackled softly as we waited for him to return to his seat. Soon after father addressed the rest of the room. Are there any who would argue against this proposal? Father asked, sounding rather bored with the whole thing. He never did like listening to something that didn't directly relate to the military. I glanced at the other magistrates, holding out the vain hope someone else would speak up against the head magistrate. Magistrate Jing looked everywhere else except in my direction, and two of my other allies gave me apologetic looks. My hands clenched in anger. Seems like there had been some last-minute shifts in my alliance and no one was willing to side against the head magistrate. I have some things I would like clarified, father. I said, rising from my seat at the end of the table, about as far from the Fire Lord you could get and still be included in the meeting. A rather unsubtle message that despite being the princess, I did not have my father's favor. Princess Azura, I didn't realize you had advanced so far in your economic studies you could argue against a magistrate who has been doing such things for 2 decades. My father drawled as the tension in the room suddenly ratcheted up. Of course not, father. I smiled lightly. But surely head magistrate Zun can easily settle my concerns about his plan. After all, I'm sure someone as qualified as him wouldn't mind a few simple questions. I looked at the man in question. He was lightly sweating at the position I placed him in. He could easily dismiss my concerns, especially since father pointed out I wasn't exactly the most knowledgeable about the minor ins and outs regarding economics like he was. It was precisely this reason I had been relying on the other magistrates to make this argument for me. But if he did so, then he was practically admitting to the other officials in the court his plan was flawed and it would make any future negotiations much more expensive for him. Either choice could weaken his position, so it was unsurprising he chose to deal with me in the short term rather than risk losing more gold long term. I would be happy to dispel any concerns you have, princess, the elderly man said, bowing respectfully to me. I took a moment to collect my thoughts. In truth, I had very little to gain from preventing this proposal from going forward. As a princess, troubles in the colonies would only become directly my problem if they revolted and somehow invaded the imperial city. Until it reached that point, nobles like head magistrate Zun were free to try and squeeze every copper piece from them to fill their pockets. But they made a mistake. They forgot as a member of the royal family, the citizens of the Fire Nation were mine. I had already lived through one home being ruined by the greed of others. I would not allow it to happen again. Forgive me for the questions, head magistrate. As father mentioned, I'm not as well studied in economic matters. I began. I hated that I couldn't just jump to the point, but I needed to sway father to my side since his decision was the one that mattered. And that meant appealing to his sense of theatrics. You want to increase the tax tribute in all of the colonies, but can you be sure they even have enough wealth to give? This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Head Magistrate Zun smiled indulgently. The colonies are rich in untapped resources and raw materials. We could increase the tax by double and they would still have barely scratched the surface of what value lays in the surroundings. I see, and what about the unrest the increased tax will cause? Unless the colonials are significantly more generous than even our own citizens, they will not like paying more. I asked, keeping my voice pleasantly inquisitive. Easily handled, Princess. While it's true we will likely see some troublemakers initially, we can deploy more troops to these areas until things settle down. For instance, the garrison in Damba alone can easily deploy over a large area of the colonies to prevent any unrest. I clasped my hands behind me and walked past him, nodding as I moved down the low platform in the middle of the room. I also used the opportunity to sneak a glance at father to judge his position so far. The ever-present wall of flames hid much of his features, but even through those I could see the amusement he was feeling at each of my points being so easily countered. I swiftly crushed the annoyance that gave me, since it meant I was holding his attention. Of course, our soldiers would be more than enough to keep order. I replied in the same pleasant tone I'd been using since I began. Though it does make me wonder what this increased amount of gold will be used for, I trailed off. Naturally, it will be used for the betterment of the citizens of the Fire Nation, the old leech happily stated. More gold in the homeland will allow us to ensure our citizens can properly experience the rich culture enjoyed by their ancestors over the years. More donations can be used for the arts, performers paid to educate and entertain the young, and of course the increase in money will ensure historians remember our glorious Fire Lord for making it possible. He bowed lightly in the direction of father. Seems like the old man wants to end this little discussion. Fine, I should have enough to work with. I have just one more question then, Head Magistrate. I stopped walking as I reached the end of the platform and looked up at father's dais. The shadows hid his face, but I could tell he was looking forward to my defeat in this discussion. Never let it be said that Fire Lord Ozai was a subtle individual. I was fairly confident he wouldn't recognize a subtle move if it walked in here wearing bright pink robes and slapped him with a fish. I had to push that thought aside or risk breaking out into laughter and giving the game away. With a dramatic whirl, I turned to face the head magistrate and jabbed an accusing finger at him. How long have you been a traitor to the war effort and using your position to line your own pockets? My voice lost its pleasant tone and became harsh and demanding. I felt the flames behind me flare higher at father's surprise. The others would think it was because of his anger, since he would never admit to losing control like that, but I knew better. Traitor, what? Head Magistrate Zun sputtered, looking completely taken off guard by the sudden accusation. Yes, a traitor. I pressed, advancing angrily on him. Inciting unrest in our loyal citizens by unnecessarily increasing taxes, then weakening our defensive line by forcing our troops out of Damba right as an Earth Kingdom strike force is preparing to strike at the city. Then you try to hide your crimes by saying it is for the good of the Fire Nation people. And no, I swear, Princess. I had no such intentions. The old man was visibly sweating and looking at the other magistrates, trying to convince one of them to speak up for him. I wasn't going to give him the time. So you admit to using the war effort to line your pockets? I declared, internally smirking with glee as the other officials refused to meet Head Magistrate Zun's pleading eyes. You would make the Fire Lord look weak and foolish by forcing more gold out of the colonies, and even mock him by saying historians will honor him for such a move? This time the fires flared higher with anger. No. No, please. I just meant that more gold would mean more luxuries for our people. So you're saying you aren't malicious, just incompetent? I practically roared at him as I loomed overhead. Yes, the fool screamed out before realizing what he had said. He sputtered about with more denials, but I paid him no more attention. I got what I needed. I turned back to Father and saluted him, making sure to bow my head slightly. Father, as you heard, this proposal will only harm the Fire Nation. I plead that you listen to wisdom and reject such a foolish action. And I beg forgiveness on the behalf of Head Magistrate Zune. Even if his idea was heavily flawed, his heart was in the right place. Judging by the height of the flames, Father had not calmed down after my little tirade. Now to see if my plan worked. Thank you, Princess Azura. It seems I was almost about to make a rather costly mistake. The already tense atmosphere went up another level at the Fire Lord's tone. I will have to make an example out of him for this transgression. Father scanned the room before grandly sweeping an arm out to the side. Seriously, him and his need for dramatics. Guards. Remove him. I have no need for a head magistrate that would drag the prestige and honor of the Fire Nation through the dirt with his failings. From this day forward, he is banished. I made a light coughing noise and bowed towards Father again. You have something to say, Princess Azura? Apologies, Father. It's just, only last week you were forced to banish your son, Prince Zuko. If you banish another noble so soon, people might think you were giving out unjust punishments due to grief. As if Father only cared about his personal power. A snake grieved more than he did. Yes, that would be troublesome. Father mused, running a hand down his beard. I suppose you have an idea what to do with this fool? Head Magistrate Zune has served the Fire Nation for many years now. Perhaps it would be best to resolve this issue as a mistake brought about by age and allow him to quietly retire. It would certainly show the other nobles even in your grief, you are a fair and just lord. Father contemplated my words for a while. Head Magistrate Zune practically had a puddle forming under him due to the amount of sweat rolling off of him. The rest of the officials did their best to blend into the background and avoid drawing anyone's attention. Very well. Remove him from the palace. Father eventually declared. The ex-head magistrate alternated bowing to me and Father as he was led out of the room, blubbering his thanks the whole way. Now then, Father said after the guards had removed the old man and I returned to my seat. It seems we are in need of a new head magistrate of trade. Let's discuss his replacement. I sighed and propped my chin up on a hand. If there was a downside to successfully arguing ex-head magistrate Zune's proposal, it was definitely being stuck in a longer meeting listening to more stuck-up officials arguing for his job. Chapter 4. When I finally left the dark interior of the meeting room, I was nearly blinded by the bright afternoon sun. Despite the large amount of fire used to light the meeting room, this never failed to happen. Going by memory rather than sight, I made my way to a bench in a nearby garden and sat down as I waited for my vision to return to normal. I was half certain the previous Fire Lords designed the meeting hall with a lack of windows just so that when long annoying meetings dragged on, they could laugh at the politicians as they blindly bumbled their way around once they were dismissed. Soon enough, I was able to look at my surroundings without squinting just in time for the newly appointed head trade magistrate to walk by. I didn't know much about Magistrate Weijia. He was fairly new to the court and hadn't made any moves to stand out among officials. And while he no doubt had the skills to do his new job, I was fairly certain the only reason he got it was due to him not being firmly attached to any existing power circle. I would have to investigate the man later to see exactly what I dig up about him. If nothing was too out of place, I could try winning him over as an ally. If not, well, I'm sure someone else would be available for the job. Already planning for this one to lose his job, sister? I looked over to see Azula, entirely walking over to me. Hello girls. I greeted. What are you doing over here? Father thought it would be best to avoid another situation like with Zuko and had us watch from a hidden guard station to learn how to behave in a court meeting, said Azula. I sighed. Father was truly unsubtle about his favoritism. It was so boring. Mike complained, just a bunch of old men arguing about how important they are. I enjoyed your part, Princess Azura. Ty Lee chirped, clapping her hands together. You were so dramatic. Building up till the end and then just sweeping everything away with a passionate speech. It was just like something out of a play. The commentary made me smile. It always was entertaining to see the two extremes between Azula's friends. Mai would find just about anything boring or pointless, while Ty Lee was an inexhaustible fount of cheer. I'm glad you enjoyed it then. Most meetings aren't nearly that entertaining. So what did you think otherwise? Learn anything? Not really. Azula said. Father told us he predicted you making a move to deny the former head magistrate's proposal. Everything else was just aimless blathering. I let out a soft snort at the idea of Father predicting anything. I hadn't exactly hidden my preparations against the proposal. In fact, I wasn't supposed to speak against it at all. I had approached several other officials to speak out in my place. But with Uncle leaving and my support base splintering because of it, my initial plan was useless and I had to improvise. Well, if anything, you learned how to present information in a way that makes you sound wiser than you actually are. I scoffed, enjoying the confused faces on the three preteens. Still, cryptic statements had their time and place, and I was tired after being in a mostly pointless meeting for a good portion of the morning. I had been organizing against the new tax proposal for several weeks. I explained to them. If Father was unaware of my stance until now, he would be nothing more than a figurehead ruler. There was no prediction about it. Even so, did he mention what his response was likely to be? I figured since I was against a new tax, he would be at least slightly in favor of it. I focused on Azula because, even as close as Mai and Ty Lee were to her, she was the only one who could really speak about the relations between the royal family and not have it potentially used against her. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Both of them straightening up and looking elsewhere meant they knew it too. Smart girls. Father mentioned that you were mostly overreacting. Azula stated. But he didn't say his thoughts on the matter. I wasn't surprised. For all Father's ruthlessness, he rarely committed fully to anything himself without a guaranteed outcome. Shame that he didn't let any bigger opinions slip, but it wasn't an issue. I got what I wanted, and actually a bit more than I planned. I never imagined my plan to stop former head magistrate Zun's proposal would lead to him being removed from his position and almost being banished from the Fire Nation at the same time. I suppose Father really didn't like the possibility of a major stronghold falling in the name of greedy nobility. Now I had a bit more time to consolidate my own power base, since ex-magistrate Zun's own allies would be looking for new alliances and the other officials should be more interested in snatching the unattached officials rather than try poaching the ones still in an alliance. A shrill cry attracted my attention. I looked up just in time to see a messenger hawk pass overhead. Not an unusual occurrence. With the amount of officials that gathered, it sometimes was easier to direct messages here rather than a home or normal workplace. No, the thing that drew my attention was the black ribbon attached to the bird's harness. A black level message, a priority message to be directly reported to Father and his council immediately. I wonder what happened. Azula wondered. Unknowingly mirroring my own thoughts. Maybe the rest of the old guys screwed up and lost us the war? Mai commented, causing Ty Lee to gasp. That can't happen, right? I wouldn't put it past them. Oh please, if there was any major problem in the colonies we would have heard of it way before now. The worst that could have happened is some raid somewhere. Azula pitched in. The girls continued to speculate, but I ignored the conversation for the most part. Black-level messages were rare, yes, but they didn't often require much action from the capital. They mostly tended to be urgent requests for new orders after something unexpected popped up that affected a larger plan one of the generals made. Such as when a group of earthbenders managed to sneak behind an offensive and block a mountain pass before they were resupplied. The lack of a supply route meant that even though the army managed to take the town, they needed to pull back when they were cut off from the rest of the front line. I wonder which general had a plan ruined by a competent enemy. Anyways, not my problem. I turned back to the other three and started moving the conversation towards less dangerous topics than the failures of the military while they were surrounded by high-ranking military officers. Simple topics like how had the academy taken a princess running off in the middle of the day with no warning. How their training had progressed in the week since I had seen them. And if they were planning on visiting the circus that was passing through the capital at all. In order, the headmistress still didn't care if you were a princess and had all three of them writing an apology to their teacher for worrying her when 2 students disappeared and another lying about where they went. Azula was given an additional punishment and had to write an essay on how it was irresponsible for a princess to vanish without a word. Good to see the old hawkbat was still as strict as ever. Training was going smoothly for all of them. They were all very advanced in their chosen form, and Azula was apparently going to start getting introduced to the basics of lightning bending pretty soon. Not that she knew that, but since I was being trained in that as well, I recognized the beginning forms. And they hadn't actually known about the circus. Of course, now that I told them about it, they were all excited to see the shows and started making plans on what they wanted to see first. Naturally, Mai was interested in the knife throwers and Tai Li wanted to see what professional acrobats were like, but Azula surprised me by saying she wanted to see the exotic animals that tended to accompany the show. I had figured she would have wanted to see the fire performers. She had always liked similar shows in the past. When I commented, she gave the incredibly vague answer that she didn't want to get exposed to any bad habits. More likely, father said something about performers being third-rate firebenders in general at some point, and Azula latched onto the idea. Despite Azula using me as something of a measuring stick for how a princess should behave, she craved father's approval more than anything. Either parent really, but Lady Ursa tended to keep a certain distance from Azula. She was never neglectful. If anything, she went out of her way to make sure none of her children wanted for anything. Even me, which was surprising considering how children from previous wives tended to be set aside when a new wife married in. But while she was polite with me, and practically doted on Zuko all the time, she seemed to treat Azula like she was about to explode if handled the wrong way. Being carefully disapproving while never really offering a better outlet for Azula's behavior. And she needed an outlet. Zuko and I were easy for Lady Ursa to mother. Zuko was a gentle soul and wanted nothing more than to make his mother proud. And I had already lived through one childhood. I wasn't exactly going to beg for attention and play children's games. So we fit in easily with the day-to-day life of a noblewoman. A tea ceremony here, a flower arrangement gathering there. Normal leisure activities. Azula liked to fight. To be fair, I did as well. Firebending was somewhat addicting when you spent one life unable to. But I never liked sparring those my own age, because it felt too much like picking on, well, children. Never mind that there were several who were just as good as me at the time. Azula, though, she took to fighting like a salamander to a campfire. She just seemed to belong in a fight. Much like our father, really. And because of this, Lady Ursa was constantly trying to correct her behavior. No, Azula, girls don't act like that, or you need to spend more time on your calligraphy, Azula. It's more important than firebending. Simple things that weren't actually wrong really, but always discouraging Azula from being active. It obviously chafed, but I was at least able to reduce the stress by offering alternatives. Usually by including her in my own practice or playing more physical games like tag. The disapproving looks remained, but the comments stopped. Princess Azura? I turned to see a messenger bowing to me. Yes? The Fire Lord has summoned you to the council meeting chamber. I blinked. Well, this was unexpected. Chapter 5. The council meeting chamber was much more conservative than the one I had been in earlier. This was the meeting place for small groups where most of the court posturing took a back seat to actually resolving a situation. I had been in this room maybe a handful of times since I started taking active interest in the politics of the nation. Turns out father didn't want dissenters in his inner circle, who would have thought? As I walked through the doors, I saw father up on the dais, naturally apart from the others as Fire Lord. Besides him, there was a colonel from what looked like one of the southern fleets and General Shainu at the low table and an open place where I was clearly intended to sit. "You joined us at last, Azura," Father commented disapprovingly as I took my seat. I paid no attention to the rebuke. Even if I ran the entire way over, he would have just made a comment about me being disheveled or something similar. "Apologies, Father. I was in the front gardens when the message came. Although I wasn't told the purpose for the meeting or why my presence was required." Father motioned for General Shainu to begin. I guess he didn't feel like making a production of chastising me since there were so few people here. Even the initial barb seemed more for form than him actually trying to find fault with me. The general stood and started pointing out different positional markers for our garrisons and fleet deployments in the south. "We just received a black level message from our southern territories. Recently, the remnants of the Southern Water Tribe have stepped up their harassment raids on the colonies and patrols here, and here," he said, pointing at each location in turn. "While they are an annoyance, they normally fail to cause any major damage before they are driven off, but 2 weeks ago, several infiltrators snuck into one of the larger trade hubs, Danuan. From there, they incited an unrest from the populace, which resulted in a brief rebellion from the locals. It was suppressed by a fleet patrol in the area, but several instigators escaped in the confusion." "I see. Well, I saw the reason this was a concern. I still had no idea what Father wanted me here for. The instigators have not made any over-moves since, but from the increasing disruption throughout the city they are clearly coordinating with each other." General Shainu continued nodding at the so far silent colonel off to the side. "The colonel has more details, but it's clear this is a problem." Taking the motion as permission, the colonel began to speak. "Our reports say there have been multiple acts of sabotage among the garrison. Armor coated with dung, ship parts damaged, lone soldiers ambushed and beaten, and the governor was just exposed for having several affairs with local women, married women, whose husbands happen to be owners of several trade caravans. Morale is at a low point, and if nothing is done, we will need to forcibly suppress the population." That certainly seems like a problem. I cringed internally at how hesitant I sounded. Showing any perceived weakness in front of Father was a bad idea. Especially when I couldn't get a read on his goal. Though I'm not certain how I can help. "You can help by ridding the area of these saboteurs." Father finally spoke. "Danuan will endure, but these pests have made themselves too irritating to ignore. You will represent my will and root them out until they are not an issue anymore." My eyes widened. He couldn't be saying what I think he was saying. "You mean, you want me to lead the hunt for the saboteurs?" "Yes. The 201 Recon Division will be under your command. I do not expect you to return until this matter is dealt with. Stolen content alert, this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences." Spirits, he actually was. Father left shortly after that. I was left behind to coordinate with General Shainu about introducing me to the captains of the 3 ships I now controlled. Details were laid out, plans were made, and after another hour, the meeting broke up entirely. I started walking back to my estate in a daze. All those long nights planning, all those meetings securing alliances, and Father pulls this? I needed to make it home before my composure cracked. Walking through the entrance to my estate, I waved a hand at one of the maids. She quickly scurried over and fell in step behind me. "Start preparing my traveling clothes and other things for a trip to the colonies. It seems I will be spending quite some time abroad." The maid went to fulfill my order, and I fought both the feelings, saying that invoked and keeping my face straight until I was away from prying eyes. Quick steps carried me through the estate until I reached my private bedroom. None of the servants entered this room without my permission, and I wouldn't be bothered while I was inside. I threw open the doors and hurried inside. Finally, I was alone and... "Hello, sister." A muscle in my cheek twitched. Correction, Azula was on one of the lounge chairs with her knees to her chest and her arms wrapped around them. "Azula, what are you doing here?" Her eyes twitched at the tone of my voice, but she remained impassive otherwise. I heard from father that you were being sent to the colonies. Something about dealing with rebels. I thought you would be upset, so I decided to pay a visit. She gave a small shrug. And it's not like the servants could really stop a princess from going where she pleases. Well, yes, once the details are finalized, I will depart for Danuan. From there, I will have to get more information from the locals. Azula set her chin down on her knees in a pout. It's not fair. Zuzu gets banished and uncle leaves, now you are leaving and I'm stuck in the academy for another year. I'm sure you will survive, I said dryly. With a dramatic sigh, Azula stretched out over the lounge chair. Can't you take me with you? The academy is so boring. We hardly ever do anything fun. You're there to learn the basics of how to behave as a noble, not have fun. I raised an eyebrow at her. And no, I'm not taking my 12-year-old sister into a city filled with insurgents. You will just have to suffer through the academy like I did. I walked over to a shelf and started making my way through the books and scrolls there. The trip there would take a few days, so best take some reading material to entertain myself. TCH, fine. Go off to the colonies and play with your toy soldiers. Father will have all the idiots straightened out before you get back. I turned to see Azula storming out of the room with a scowl. She always did have issues with people not paying attention to her. That random thought was the one that cracked my composure. My shoulders started shaking with the effort to not make a sound until I'd let Azula get far enough away to not hear. The exact same day I managed to collapse the power base of one of the higher-ranking officials in the capital. Father took the first chance to send me as far away from the officials scrambling for new alliances. I saw the stacks of notes with detailed plans outlined that were now completely useless. Only the spirits knew how many hours I had spent tweaking little details trying to get the most out of each one that now served little purpose. I bit down on a knuckle to try and keep the emotions roiling inside of me under control, but it was a losing battle. A strangled sound clawed its way out of my throat. It was just so absolutely perfect. I burst out laughing. I couldn't help it any longer. Father decided to do me such a large favor by removing me from the capital and even gave me a military force? How could I not be ecstatic? I had spent months trying to figure out how to get a foot into the military, but besides Uncle Iroha's group, not many in the capital were willing to swear service to an unfavored princess when it would mean the end of any advancement in their career. Even Uncle's circle only listened to my ideas out of respect for him, not out of any true loyalty to me, even if I was slowly working on that. Now Father just handed me a fresh opportunity to start laying the foundation for a faction that was truly my own. Political allies helped get your point across, but without military might to enforce those points, they were just as smoke. It might deter those similarly without power, but the foolish, brave, or more powerful would just brush past it. My laughter died down into soft chuckles. I bet Father thought removing me would prevent me from pulling the now unattached officials into my sphere of influence, but I never planned on approaching any of them in person. Not only were they beneath such an effort, doing so would ensure someone else felt slighted. I did not visit them in person or before the other party. Now I had the excuse to work through intermediaries since I wouldn't be in the capital at the time. True, I would likely pull less of them to my side than if I handled each of them personally. But if I had to physically be here to ensure they were on my side, they were useless for my plans. I finally had myself back under control as the last bit of laughter slowly died out. The only thing I didn't like was Father using Azula as a scout to judge my reaction. It seems he was starting to groom her as a useful tool. I would have to be careful not to do anything to hurt her while I figured out how to lessen Father's influence with her. I pulled one of the rope bells to summon one of the maids. After directing her about what I needed packed, I headed to the dining room. So many changes in one day, I think an early dinner was in order. I would probably spend the rest of the day investigating the captains serving under me, so keeping my energy up would be important. Maybe see if the chef knew the recipe for Uncle's favorite roast duck? I mused to myself as I hummed a little tune. Chapter 6. But Princess, these are meant to be delivered to the Feather Pavilion tomorrow. It would be a scandal if we were unable to deliver their order on time. That is not my concern. I replied coldly. I am leaving for the colonies today. I do not have the time to wait for supplies from elsewhere. Now either step aside, or I will have you removed, by force. The warehouse manager smartly chose to stand off to the side after that. Even if he continued to wring his hands in worry as workers continued to empty out the insides. I had one soldier, keep an eye on him to ensure he didn't cause trouble, before dismissing him from my thoughts. Crate after crate of goods were moved from storage and onto the 3 ships waiting in the harbor. I was taking far more than what was needed for the journey, but that only meant I would have some trade materials on hand for any on-site negotiations I needed to do when I arrived. That this was giving me a great deal of catharsis was irrelevant. Only a handful of crates were left in the entire warehouse when someone started making a commotion outside. The 2 soldiers at my sides accompanying me as an escort stiffened up and began to maneuver themselves between me and the source of the noise. No need to get worked up. This is just a sideshow. I waved them back and moved towards the door. They dutifully fell in step behind me. It was somewhat cute how seriously they took their job, but if this was how clingy they would be in the colonies, I foresaw this being a much bigger pain than it was worth. Outside I saw a few of the sailors had stopped moving the crates onto the ships and were being yelled at by someone in rather fancy robes for this area of the docks. I allowed myself a small smile before forcing my expression into something neutral and making my way over. The sailors caught sight of me and started shifting uncomfortably, casting glances between myself, the man yelling at them, and each other. As I got closer, I started listening to the diatribe being hurled at the sailors. We'll have you permanently assigned to the South Pole, you incompetent idiots. Now get these supplies back in place and drag your idiot of a captain in front of me before I call the guards. The man finished just as I came up behind him. Is there a problem here? I asked innocently, finally making my presence known. The man jumped at the sound of my voice, spinning around to let me get the first look at Magistrate Jing since his visit to my estate a few days ago. He looked disheveled, to say the least. His face was pale and gaunt, and even his hair looked thinner than from when I last saw him. A lack of sleep and stress, no doubt. His robes were noticeably messy as well. He probably rushed down here as soon as someone reported something happening in his warehouse. I remained silent while he gaped at my seemingly sudden appearance. Princess Azura, he eventually managed. No problem. Just some sailors that have been taking supplies from the wrong warehouse. Nothing you need to bother yourself with. Oh? Sailor, have you been taking things from other places than I ordered? I addressed the 2 Magistrate Jing had been berating. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. No, Princess, one of them dutifully replied. Then continue loading. I don't want any reason for delay. I dismissed them with a smile. The 2 of them saluted before turning, picking up the crate they had set aside, and quickly left for one of the ships. I watched them leave while the magistrate gaped on. After a bit, I nodded at him and started walking off. My departure seemed to restart his brain, as he quickly followed after me. Princess, wait. What did you mean you ordered them to take those crates? What is going on? Seems like he is not caught up on the latest gossip. Either he hasn't kept up with the latest news or the courtly gossip network is moving slower recently. I will be leaving the capital soon for the colonies. I said calmly. My father gave me an urgent task, so I was unable to gather supplies through the normal means, but this warehouse happened to contain everything I would need. If you are worried about reparations, I will make sure everything taken is replaced by the crown within the 2-month time limit. 2 months? Magistrate Jing stopped walking out of shock. No, Princess, I have trade deals hinging on these goods being delivered on time. Waiting 2 months would ruin me, he forced out in a rush as he scampered to catch up with me. While it is a shame my task is interfering with your work, I cannot delay my own departure. You will simply need to rely on your own resources in the meantime. Magistrate Jing looked like he swallowed a fly, and I had to force myself to keep a smirk off my face. Forcefully appropriating goods with the permission of the crown was not a new tactic. It was commonly used to place checks on people who seemed to be gathering large amounts of favors from their allies. A bit of pressure on their business deals forced them to spend favors to meet expectations or lose reputation from failing to meet expectations. The problem was Magistrate Jing had cut ties with me to join Head Magistrate Zun's party and naturally cut ties with all those loyal to me in the process. This was already an extremely costly move. The following collapse of Head Magistrate Zun's power base made it ruinous. He was still cut off from anyone allied with me, but without a significantly powerful backer even those that were not would hesitate to associate with him. He had definitely spent more favors than he could afford trying to get these deals set up in the first place. If things went as expected, he would be establishing himself in his new circle. Now he was scrambling to buy himself enough time to find a new circle to join. I didn't expect he would find one soon. Abandoning one set of allies right before a big meeting, and then the side he joined collapsed in that same meeting? Nobles and officials were a superstitious lot. Such a shame. I have some things to do before I leave. Have a nice day, Magistrate. With those words I leave the official behind and make my way to one of the ships. Magistrate Jing continued to yell for my attention but was blocked by one of my escorts. I wandered around the docks for a bit talking with the dockworkers and trying to get a clear understanding of any issues we run into. I'm not expecting interference with the preparations, especially since this trip is an order of the Fire Lord, but it doesn't hurt to check. I'm finally pulled away from my distractions when someone approaches me. Bothering the underlings, Princess? An older man questions. I turn to see Captain Mako, one of the captains of the 3 ships I was given and the normal commander of the 201st Recon Division. He certainly fits the image of a long-serving sea captain. He has a wide and solid frame that fits with a career soldier and huge sideburns that stand out quite a bit. He also moves with this quiet intensity that if not for his solid gray hair, you would assume he was in his mid-30s rather than his 50s. Of course not, Captain. Just ensuring no one is slacking off. Like a brat, like you would know the first thing about getting ready for a voyage. Captain Mako scoffed. You probably finished your little scheme since I saw the guy with the fancy dress crying in a corner on the way in, so grab your milk drinkers and get them out of my boy's way. If there was one thing that could be said about the captain, it would certainly be about his blunt way of speaking. When I met with him and the other 2 captains the other day, he made it very clear he wasn't going to show me any respect for being a noble. Ironically, I seemed to earn it anyway when I told him as long as he followed orders and followed etiquette in public, I couldn't care less if he respected me or not. I liked him. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm simply making sure everything is ready by our departure time. I replied. But I assume if you are here then we are almost ready to leave. Those worthless boxes you insisted on bringing are getting squared away in the holds. Once the last of them is loaded and final checks are complete, we can depart. If you have any other business, best get it done now, or we'll miss the tide. I smiled, giving orders to royalty now, Captain? It was infinitely refreshing to see something different than polite scorn or pitiful groveling. I got far too much of both in the capital. Captain Mako shrugged and grinned back. I've had a full life. Might as well take a few risks before I drop dead. Sides you seem to have your head on straight for a noble. Now it was my turn to scoff. Most people want to keep living, Captain. Come find me in my cabin when we are ready to depart. I'll leave the final preparations to you. Chapter 7. After the excitement on the docks was finished, it was almost disappointing how smoothly the trip to the colonies was. The weather was calm, the ships had no major issues, and we didn't come across anything on our journey. All in all, it was rather boring. So I took the time to practice my firebending forms by making my way through the crew of the ship. When that got boring, I started taking them on 2 at a time. Not because it was much more of a challenge, but because the implied insult had all the soldiers simultaneously training harder privately and using getting out of my training sessions as a gambling currency. I suppose royalty or not, losing to a 15-year-old girl who spent nearly her entire life in the capital was making their pride take a beating. Captain Mako was kind enough to keep me updated on all the gossip going across the 3 ships. Even going so far as to invite the other ship captains over for meals on occasion to ensure that they knew exactly what was going on his ship. Personally, I think he was just pushing to see how much entertainment he could get out of seasoned soldiers getting beaten up by a teenager and making sure that everyone got a turn before I called him out on it. Honestly, the way Captain Mako treated the training sessions as exhibition matches between his grandchildren rather than serious training between soldiers reminded me of Uncle. Well, besides the fact Uncle took training more seriously than him. And he doesn't mock the losers for messing up a block. He also doesn't bet on how quickly one person would lose. Now that I think about it, they don't sound very similar at all. Maybe I just miss Uncle more than I thought, and anyone with a playful side, no matter how mean-spirited, is making me aware of that. Anyhow, the trip was utterly unremarkable. When the coast started to come into view, quite a few sailors quietly celebrated at the prospect of shore leave and getting to the first bar they could. I just felt annoyed that pretty soon it would be back to keeping proper appearances and watching out for political ploys. Although I did have to admit the thought of a proper bath was appealing. Oh. When the ships finally made it into harbor, we were greeted at the docks by the mayor and a decent procession. Ah, the finer points of being a visiting princess. You never get time alone and everyone acts like you are incapable of walking without hurting yourself. Naturally, I would disabuse them of that opinion soon. But making a big deal out of it right now wasn't worth it. So we simply disembarked and were greeted by our welcoming committee. Captain Mako went to organize things with his lieutenant captains, and I boarded the carriage provided by the mayor so we could speak in relative private as we made our way to his mansion. Greetings, Your Highness. The mayor started once everyone had all sat down. Now that we are out of the public eye, I wanted to give you a more personal welcome to my city. Danuan is one of the most impressive cities in the Fire Nation colonies, and we take pride in that fact. If you have any requests, please be sure to give them to me or my staff and they will get the attention they deserve. I wanted to sigh, but that could be seen as a sign he got under my skin. Not even fully out of the docks, and I have to deal with politics. Instead, I chose to put on my most comforting smile. Mr. Mayor, under your leadership, not only have enemy forces been free to act as they please, but they have also managed to set up an insurgent cell in the middle of your city that got so serious, my father decided this needed to be handled by me personally. He seemed indignant of that, boo-hoo, I didn't care. So no. I will not be requesting anything from you. You will continue to run the city, but if I give you an order it will be carried out immediately. I think it was that moment it sunk in for the mayor that he couldn't play the normal power games that he had used his entire career. He wasn't the top power in this relationship, and I wasn't just some passing official that needed to rely on him to handle things locally. There were 2 ways for this to play out. Either he accepts his place or he tries to fight me on this, and going by the angry reddening at his collar, I had a good idea which way he was going to try for. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Best cut that off now. I leaned back into my seat and casually inspected my nails. Of course, if you have issues with that arrangement, I would be more than happy to go with Plan B and go back to the capital. I said casually. My utter lack of care, a look I had spent a great deal practicing, seemed to shock the mayor out of whatever he was about to say. Plan B? I flicked my hand dismissively. Father only cares that the insurgents are removed from the city. I figure burning them out would work quickly enough. And while rebuilding might take a bit, at least it would give you the chance to build the city right this time. I made a point of glancing towards some of the very distinctly Earth Kingdom-style buildings. I'd be happy to get rid of some of the more tacky buildings. And no, Princess. That isn't necessary. Please forgive my words, I simply misspoke. He stammered. Any orders you have will, of course, be given top priority. And just like that he folded. I felt a brief flash of satisfaction for one of the few times I felt I got anything useful out of being a princess. Well, fine, we can do it the boring way. It doesn't really matter to me. I suppose you might as well tell me about what the insurgents have been up to, since I doubt they haven't made any moves while we were on our way here. I drawled, still keeping up my disinterested air. As it turned out, the insurgents had been busy. They had set a fire in one of the barracks during the middle of the day, a twist of irony I'm sure, and now there were a couple dozen soldiers overcrowding other barracks, and now the local supplies were starting to get stretched tight as the insurgents stole, damaged, or destroyed what they could. Most of that would be offset by the cargo I had brought with me. The rest could be requested from surrounding outposts easily enough. The biggest problem I seemed to be facing immediately was stopping someone from doing this again. The mayor continued to fill me in, and the more he spoke, the more I realized this would not be a simple task to complete. Whoever was leading these people was not an idiot. They stayed away from civilian areas, handed out useful supplies when they could, and kept propaganda to a reasonable level so they didn't come across as crazies looking to burn down the city for a chance to give the Fire Nation a black eye. So instead of a bunch of terrorists, they came off as helpful underdogs even as they caused the very issues they were assisting with. It was clever, I thought as I listened to one of the schemes they had been running for quite a while now. Their agents would steal from markets, and when storekeepers raised prices to adjust for the lost goods, those same agents would come around and sell the goods right back to the civilians at a reduced rate. They found a way to steal from the city and have the people thank them for it. I would love to have a conversation with the one behind that plan before they were sent off to a prison camp. My thoughts came to a halt as I noticed the carriage slowing down and eventually stopping. There was no way we had made it to our destination already, and by the mayor's confused expression, this was not a planned stop on our path. I knocked on the divider between us and the driver. "Why are we stopping?" "Roadblock, Your Highness. Another carriage's wheel broke. We have some men moving to assist. Please wait in the carriage until we can clear the blockage, Princess." Wait around with the mayor longer than I needed to? I think not. I ignored the protesting of the carriage driver and walked out onto the street. Probably a good thing too, since the second I stepped out of the carriage I felt a whoosh of air behind me. Whipping around with eyes wide, I saw the carriage I had just left had magically turned into a pillar of stone. A glance upward showed that actually no, it hadn't been turned to stone, but launched up into the air instead. A little dazed I watched as the vehicle I was just in completed a lazy arc, before crashing through a stall off to the side of the road. The loud noise brought me out of my little trance as I quickly started scanning the road for the earthbender responsible. Turns out it was a group of 3 in form concealing cloaks rather than just one earthbender, as 2 split off slightly to engage the guards while the one in the middle headed straight for me. They did a small hop through the air before slamming a bare foot on the ground, causing a small chunk of rock to rise up to chest height. With a war cry of death to the Fire Nation, the now identified as female earthbender punched forward, launching it at me. Normally when someone is howling for your death out of nowhere you would feel panicked or scared or something. But as I watched the chunk of rock flying towards me, all I could think was this the best they could do? I lightly sidestepped around the attack and looked at my assailant as the rock flew harmlessly past. "Was that your best shot?" I asked bemusedly, because otherwise this whole thing was just sad. "Gore, don't think you can escape." She was forced to duck behind a small wall of raised earth as I kicked a wave of fire towards her. Spirits, this felt more like bullying rather than an attack. 2. "We need to pull back," one of the other earthbenders called out. He was actually doing a not bad job of keeping 2 guards busy while his companion kept even more back with more thrown rocks. The girl in front of me, too I suppose, angrily broke down the wall she was hiding behind and sent the pieces at me with a series of punches and kicks. "I can take her." I danced between the flying rocks with quick light steps. Not a single one came close to so much as touching me. I got the distinct feeling, too, wasn't the best fighter in the world and decided to end this sad display. More out of pity than anything. A single blast of fire tore through the renewed rock wall as she tried to block. The blast picked her up off her feet and threw through the air until she landed heavily near the other two earthbenders. Seeing that their companion wasn't in much of a position to do anything at this point, one of them shifted into a horse stance before surging his arms heavenward. A cloud of dust kicked up from the ground, obscuring the three forms even as the guards got into position to surround them. When the dust finally settled, there was no sign of the three of them. HRM. That was annoying. I walked over to where the carriage had landed. The intricately built wooden frame had been reduced to kindling after its short flight. The entire thing had flipped, so the wheels, while the ones that hadn't broken off, spun uselessly in the air. Placing my foot on one of the bigger pieces of debris, I gave the whole thing a shove, allowing a disheveled mayor to flop out onto the street. He seemed a bit scuffed up, but otherwise fine as he fearfully looked around the area, trying to make sure those behind the attack were gone. Good, I would hate to have the city go crazy the week I got here just because he got hurt. Now then, Mr. Mayor, I started, and his head snapped fearfully to me. Spirits, this man was pathetic. It wasn't even that great of an attack. The guards we had were more than enough to ensure our safety after the initial ambush. I believe you were telling me more about the insurgents' actions? Let's get back to that. Chapter 8. A couple hours later, I stepped out of a borrowed carriage when we pulled up to the mayor's mansion. It was a nice enough building, I suppose. Solidly built in a sort of mixing of Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom styles. While I didn't particularly care for the style, I also wasn't about to criticize someone's home to his face. That would be rude. The coward himself didn't even attempt to exit the carriage until the guards gave the all clear that the surroundings were safe from any intruders. Only then did he peek his head out the door and nervously glance around. Eventually he met my gaze. I simply raised an eyebrow at him. Ahem, yes. Welcome to my home, Princess Azura. The mayor quickly descended the carriage and tried putting on a more noble air. I will ensure the servants know to follow any direction you give them. Please, if you will follow me? He made a gesture to follow deeper into the building. Of course. Thank you for the hospitality. I deadpanned. I followed the skittish mayor through the tastefully decorated halls. While not as obviously rich as some I had seen in the capital, the mayor also didn't try flaunting his status with gaudy decorations or materials. I felt my respect for the man climb off the floor a tiny bit. Usually, cowards made up for that trait by shoving their status in your face. This mayor actually seemed respectful of his surroundings, despite his lack of courage. Well, if that actually matched his personality, and he didn't just hire a good decorator. After being shown several rooms and art pieces and making the appropriate noises to ensure I was being polite, I was finally shown to my personal chambers. And here is where you will be staying, the mayor said as he presented the room. I made sure that everything is of the finest quality available, but if you have any displeasure with the decor, I will ensure it is changed to meet your expectations. Geez, can you toady up to her any worse? I don't think her shoes have a mirror polish on them yet. A caustic voice called out behind us. I turned to see a girl around my age glaring at the two of us. She was a bit shorter than me, with dark brown hair done up in a ponytail. 2 shocks of hair framed her face like mine did. She also was wearing clothing similar in quality to the mayor, so I assumed family. Not many people openly insulted the mayor in front of a visitor without either severe leverage or being related. Song, please behave. That is no way to speak in front of our distinguished guest. The mayor replied nervously, sending fearful glances my way. I crossed my arms under my bust. And who is this? Ah, this is my daughter, Chi-song, the mayor quickly cut in. Song, I thought you said you would be on a shopping trip the entire day. Did you find what you wanted already? Despite her father's obvious desire to move to a less hostile conversation, Chi-song just gave him a dismissive glare. No, the shops closed down after the Fire Nation troops decided to hold the main streets hostage, she said angrily. Then she turned on Mai. So yeah, I'm the daughter of the mayor. Who are you? No wait, let me guess, you're a noble girl who thought it would be fun to lord it over the colony, so you begged your daddy to put you in charge while he relaxes and doesn't fix our problems? Well then, she was a spirited one. I might have been insulted if this next part wasn't going to be so much fun. Kinda. I admitted, causing the mayor to start choking and Chi-song to blank out at my response. Kinda? What do you mean kinda? Our city is falling apart and you just came here to play around? Chi-song screeched. Well, I didn't actually choose to come here, I said, cutting off the mayor from explaining the situation. My father decided he needed somewhere to send me for a while, so he told me to play around with the situation here for a bit. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. You dash, how could dash, who do you think you are? Oh dear, it seems I upset her. I looked over to the mayor, who by now was bone white and shaking. I don't know. How about you answer that question, Mr. Mayor? With the enthusiasm of a man who had just signed his own death warrant, the mayor slowly said, if I may present Her Royal Highness, Princess Azura of the Fire Nation. Oh. I tried very hard not to laugh at the face Chi-song was making and limited myself to a smirk. It was rare people didn't recognize me in the capital. This was a bit of a welcome surprise. I wonder how many times I could use this joke before my portrait started making its way through the colony. Yes, oh. I agreed. Both father and daughter bowed deeply to me. The mayor practically folded in half, while Chi-song jerkily lowered herself looking like she was in pain. I beg you to forgive my daughter. I will ensure she is punished accordingly. I sighed. And just like that, the humor in the situation left me. I can't even play a joke without someone fearing for their lives. Oh, get up, I commanded, waving a hand imperiously. I will ignore any insult since in a way, this is my fault. What? Both of them asked. Well, if it wasn't for the assassination attempt on me and the mayor earlier, Chi-song jerked at the mention on an attempt at her father's life. Then my soldiers wouldn't have secured the route here, ruining her shopping trip. The two of them looked like they had no idea what to say. And as for those issues you were talking about, Chi-song, I came here specifically to deal with the source of those issues. She jerked in surprise. Understandable, not many officials really cared about the cause of a problem in the colonies if it didn't personally affect them. Once the insurgents are destroyed, I'm sure quite a few of your city's problems will go away. Now if you'll excuse me, I wish to take a bath before dinner. Please send a servant to prepare one. The pair finally straightened up and dismissed themselves. The mayor practically tripped over himself to get away, while his daughter followed stiffly behind. I let another sigh escape. I hope the girl lightened up some. If I was going to be living here for a few months, it would be nice to have a potential friend nearby. Oh. The bath was nice, if nothing special. Dinner was a boring affair since both the mayor and Chi-song were still on edge from our earlier confrontation. Chi-song, especially since she acted stiff enough, I was ready to joke she was made of rock to be so unbending. I did get to meet the mayor's wife though. A nice middle-aged woman who tried to make up for her family's awkward behavior by constantly engaging me in conversation. I learned that she had actually been a Fire Nation native before moving to the area and marrying her husband. She had also been part of her birth family's trading business for a time, before her father retired and sold the trading ship to fund her younger brother's education in one of the academies. We had a nice chat about some of the differences in fashion between Danuan and the capital, what our preferred blends of tea were, and mild questions into how my journey went. She must be minor nobility back home, since this kind of subtle information gathering doesn't come naturally often. Still, I learned just as much about the state of the city, perceived through her network of housewives. And since gossip continued to be faster than any intelligence report, I got to hear how the city was reacting to my arrival. Thankfully, it was mostly positive or neutral responses. There was the odd rumor that I was a demonic spirit who burned 1,000 people to ash for standing in my way, but since the source was a senile old man, not many were inclined to believe him. Most either were excited at the chance to see a real princess like the ones out of a story or didn't care as long as I didn't interact with their lives. Nothing out of the ordinary. The mayor himself managed to give me some more updates on what the city guard was up to and the lack of any new information about the trio that attacked us. Chi-Song tried to avoid drawing my attention despite being interested in how the search for the people who attacked her father was going and remained mostly silent until we all broke from the meal and she rigidly walked off. I felt bad that my little joke made her so uncomfortable in her own home. I would have to make it up to her somehow. Perhaps have her accompany me into the city while I inspected it? That might work. My last task for the day was to meet with the local commander, a man named Jing, and get a feel for the resources available to me in the city. Thank you for meeting me, Princess Azura. I know late afternoon meetings aren't usually appreciated. The commander greeted when he was escorted to a meeting room I had decided to commandeer for the evening. Of course, Commander. No reason not to start understanding the state of the city. I replied easily. Jing nodded. The situation hasn't changed much from the last report. We have small groups, causing trouble for trade caravans, and theft outside the city proper is slowly becoming a bigger issue. The locals don't really care since stolen goods are filtered back into the city through underground markets, but shopkeepers are getting tense since we still have no leads and no informants to give us a clearer picture. Propaganda papers are also starting to pop up here and they're encouraging people to act against the Fire Nation. Nothing radical yet, thank the spirits, but things like providing lesser quality goods or finding ways of malicious compliance. Naturally, our morale is taking a bit of a hit since anything more than arresting troublemakers and throwing them in a cell to cool off for a couple days winds up in the propaganda and used against us. He paused to rub his eyes. Honestly, Princess, I'm not sure what you can do to stop this from escalating into a bloodbath. Well, I have a few ideas to try before we get to that point, Commander. I assured him. Perhaps take an early night to rest. We can meet in the morning to go over the details. Huh? An early night? Like these poor fools could find their boots without me holding their hand. Jing laughed. I could make it an order. I suggested mildly. Still chuckling, the commander waved a hand. No, I'll make sure to be rested for whatever you need me for. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Most people I've worked with would just take over and start giving out orders. Not to worry, Commander, I gave him a smile. I fully intend to take over, as you said. I simply learned from my uncle that you need to listen to the whole situation, otherwise you end up doing the same thing over and over trying to fix your own mistakes. Jing smiled back, but seemed a little nervous. Lessons from the Dragon of the West, huh? Well, at least we should be in good hands then. Only the best, Commander. Now have a good night. Chapter 9. The next morning, I went out into the city again to try and gauge the general mood of the commoners. Of course I was required to take a pair of bodyguards, but I also decided to take Chi-Song along with me. As a local and civilian, she might be able to provide insight my soldiers wouldn't think to report. It was also a scheme to see if she would eventually relax around me. Chi-Song still held herself in an almost painfully rigid manner any time I saw her, and while I was hoping it was a temporary thing, if it meant I just needed to treat her like the maids back home, it was best to learn early. As expected of a major trade town, the streets were fairly busy even in the early hours of the day. Merchants were setting up stalls for the day, traders were making deals, and sailors were heading back to the docks to prepare for their journeys. Not much different from the capital in places. Honestly, I feel a bit disappointed that things are so similar in a city an ocean away, but in a way it's reassuring that I don't need to assume everything is different anytime I go to a new city. I turned to Chi-Song. So what were you shopping for yesterday? She jumped the tiniest bit at being addressed, but calmed down quickly. Nothing specific really, Prin ahem. I had been planning on finding a new outfit, but the merchants are increasing prices so much I'm not convinced it's worth it anymore. Aimless wandering it is then. And Chi-Song remembered not to address me by my title in public for now. Anything of interest then? Favorite shops, parks, or things like that? I asked, trying to at least find a starting point. One of the open-air markets perhaps, she replies, visibly racking her brain for ideas where to take a princess and her guard. Or maybe one of the tea shops? A little early for the tea shops, I think. What are the open-air markets like? Chi-song starts leading your party down the road. They are a bit more informal than any dedicated shop. She explained. People traveling through the city can rent a spot in the market to sell just about anything. We often find craftsmen or hobbyists selling odds and ends no one else wanted as well. When we arrived at the market, the first impression was interesting. Despite it being a little early, the space was quite full of people out looking to get some shopping done. We weren't shoulder to shoulder by any means, but there were enough people that my guards immediately moved closer and started scanning anyone getting close to us. Of course, the appearance of 2 Fire Nation soldiers made the crowd shrink away a bit, so we had no trouble moving around. We toured some of the stalls, just taking in the sights, rather than looking for anything specific. I came across an older lady selling some wonderful-looking brass decorations and had a fun time haggling with her. Not a skill I used for simple purchases much. Normally, I either set the price with the first offer or they recognized I was the princess and just gave it to me. Getting the opportunity to properly argue the price was pretty enjoyable. After the first minute or so, I also came to the realization I wasn't the best at haggling without those advantages. The stall keeper easily wound her way through my arguments, and I realized a sliver and 5 copper coins was the best my novice skill could get me. Setting the coins on the countertop in acknowledgement of my defeat, I continued to haggle just for the practice if nothing else. The lady smiled in recognition of what I was doing, and while she continued tearing my arguments to pieces, she lost the gleam in her eye and even subtly nudged me towards some better ones. I was having fun, which meant something had to happen to ruin the moment. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. There was a sound of commotion as one of my guards moved to intercept someone coming up behind us, and a loud angry voice cut through the background conversations in the market. So it isn't enough that the Fire Nation keeps driving up the prices for everything in the city, but now you aren't going to pay until we practically give you everything? I hear Chi-song inhale sharply. Curious, she knows the man. Turning around, I immediately retract my last thought. The boy in front of me is definitely not a man yet. He's still stuck in that awkward Langley stage most teens go through. What, nothing to say, he barks. I'm sorry, who are you? I ask, confused. Before he has a chance to answer, Chi-song practically jumps between the two of us. He's no one, Azura. People are getting upset about the rising costs all over the city and are looking for someone to blame. I'll talk to him and we can move on, okay? It was obvious Chi-song was trying to de-escalate the situation, but the teen was having none of it. He kept trying to get in my face, despite one of my bodyguards practically wrapping an arm around him to keep him back. Hiding behind the mayor's daughter? Huh? What's wrong? Can't give us a reason? The teen was getting really noisy, and it was starting to draw a crowd. I sighed. I just wanted a nice morning out before dealing with anything. Oh well, might as well take advantage of the gathering. And like I asked, who are you? Or is it normal for citizens here to just start screaming in someone's face without introducing themselves? The teen's, I was just going to call him shouty face, darkened either outrage or embarrassment. I couldn't tell which. I speak for everyone, you keep grinding into the dirt, trying to bleed more money for your war. Shouty said loudly. He obviously wasn't the best at these types of confrontations, and this was probably a passion moment than something planned. But it was also a decent showing on his part. For an amateur anyway. His plan probably went along the lines of, enrage the obvious Fire Nation noble, demonstrate that the local leaders had no choice but to bend to my desires, goad me into either an attack or arrest, and use the whole thing to lower the reputation of the Fire Nation more with the citizens. I blinked, remembering I wasn't in the capital anymore. I suppose Shouty could also have just gotten mad and decided to pick a fight. Commoners did that occasionally, right? Well, obviously it's the thieves working with the Water Tribe pirates' fault. I pitched my voice so it carried to the crowd and tilted my head as if in confusion. Shouty's face darkens even more. Thieves? They are the only reason half the workers can find food sometimes after you rich merchants keep raising the price. Especially with your soldiers just taking what they want from them. There are some mumbles of agreement in the gathered crowd. Because the merchants have an inconvenient thing like contracts with the army. I said easily. They agreed to provide a certain number of goods at a specific time. And while our soldiers are working hard to make sure thieves like that don't steal anything, when they do, the merchants need to raise the price to cover costs to not only restock what was stolen, but also feed their own families. It's only reasonable. If the prices were reasonable, then people wouldn't need to hope for handouts just to get food. Most people wouldn't have noticed the slip, but Shouty was definitely going to say something else. Interesting. What were you going to say? What exactly do you know about these insurgents? So you're saying that merchants should just keep selling at a loss and hope that the thieves leave them alone then? Should the guards take that stance with all crimes? Just tell anyone who was robbed that they should lower their prices so thieves will leave them alone. That causes all the sellers in the market to scowl. They obviously don't like that idea at all. No. The dash. And what the rest of you should be worrying about is what happens after the thieves and pirates stop playing nice. I directly spoke to the crowd, cutting Shouty off. When the food merchants close shops because they can't afford to keep having their products stolen, will those thieves still provide for you? Once they accomplish whatever goal they have, will they suffer with you when the guards need to restore order? Of course not. They will leave and go to their next destination without a second thought. I'm sure if they spoke to you they came with kind words and a free meal, saying they just want what's best for you all, ignoring that the goods they stole is the reason more and more of you can't purchase them legally. That there is less and less coming into the city in the first place. It's easy to say you are helping when the aid you provide comes at the cost of someone else, but don't be fooled. I doubt any of them will stay and care about you once their goal is complete. There are a lot more murmurs from the crowd at that. Now it is no longer a question of is what the insurgents doing right, but can they afford to turn a blind eye until things go wrong? Shouty is trembling at this point and opens his mouth to yell something else when a taller man places a hand on his shoulder and pulls him back. Shouty takes one look at the man and pales slightly. Bosser. I think you said enough, kid. Come on, we have other things to do today. He turns to me. I'm sorry for his behavior, miss. As you saw, he has a bit of a temper. I examine the man. He looks fairly muscular, weathered like a sailor of some kind, with deeply tanned brown skin and blue eyes. It's fine. Addressing concerns of the citizens is one of the first steps to ensure the thieves are brought to justice. I say with a smile. The man grunts before leading Shouty off into the mass of people. I catch the eye of a nondescript man in the crowd and make a small motion at the two. My orders are simple and clear. Follow them. I turn back to see Chi-Song covering her forehead like she has a headache. It seems this outing has been thoroughly unpleasant for her. Well, that was fun. I say brightly. Where should we go next? Her answering groan tells me that probably wasn't what she wanted to hear. Chapter 10. About a week after my little walk around the city was so rudely interrupted, I had finally managed to get caught up on the paperwork describing the situation in Danuan. I finally had a decent grasp on who had the most influence and power in the city, along with notable figures in the community. It had taken some time to get that second part down, but it was finally time to start putting some pressure on the rebels. My infiltrators had tracked the teen that confronted me to his house. Unfortunately, despite waiting a week, there had been no suspicious activity from him since that day. No sneaking out to gatherings undercutting the Fire Nation presence, no spreading rebel propaganda, no plans to attack my soldiers. Instead, he had simply worked at his family's shop. There had been no sign of the other man that moved him away though. That was fine. I would either draw him out if he was working against me or forget about him entirely. There was going to be a gathering for me to formally introduce myself to the city, a nice ceremony telling them how honored they should be to host a royal princess and an outline of my plan for the city. That my ideas would likely give father a heart attack was only a bonus in my eyes. I still had some time before my speech was about to begin, so I decided to wander around and bother Chi-song. The mayor's daughter was still kinda stiff around me, but she was much better than the unquestioning attitudes of most of the soldiers I dealt with. It helped that she wore her emotions on her sleeve as well. It was also pretty cute how hard she tried to hide spying on me. It reminded me of Azula and her friends trying to sneak into my firebending practice without being caught, failing to realize hiding behind the decorative plants only worked if you didn't push the leaves aside for a better view. Maybe after today I would mention it, or not. I wasn't entirely sure who she was spying for, but it was always useful to feed people misinformation while being completely honest. As far as she knew, I was going to be simply announcing my presence to the city. Spotting her walking down the hallway, I increased my stride to come up behind her. Peeking over her shoulder, I saw she was absorbed in some kind of invitation for later today. Good afternoon, Chi-song. Anything interesting going on? There were multiple ways people reacted when suddenly startled. Most people either stiffened up or jerked into motion. Chi-song didn't do either of those. She was either the rare instance of a person whose natural response to the unexpected was to fight it, or she had been trained that way. Which was why I kept sneaking up on her. I hoped she would throw a punch blindly so I could tell either way, but once again, she recognized me enough to only shriek in surprise and jump away. Great jumping badger moles, do you have to keep doing that? She exclaimed, clutching her chest and taking deep breaths. And how do you keep sneaking up on me? The maids can't even do that anymore, thanks to you. Yes, I'm doing well. Getting ready for later, big speech to give and all that. I replied airily, ignoring her. Are you going to be sitting with your father? Chi-song glared at me. Once she had figured out I wasn't going to make a big deal out of pomp and ceremony in private, she was quick to abandon the polite facade practically every noble or official used. Hello, princess, she said eventually with a sigh, the angry glare shifting to an exasperated one. I don't know. I had planned to, since it was, expected. But I got an invitation from a few friends to meet with them instead. She waved the paper in her hand. Trying to decide if you should accept? I asked. She nodded. Well, I say do it. I could use more opinions on what the public thinks. You can tell me what people are really thinking instead of what they want me to hear. Besides, you've spent most of the week guiding me around, I'm sure you want to see them as well. You aren't wrong. She mumbled. I guess I'll let Dad know I'll watch the speech with my friends. I'll try to keep them from doing something stupid too. I couldn't hear that last part but nodded at her decision. I had to start getting ready if I was going to give the maids enough time to finish on time. Chi-song followed after me. We talked for a bit, not about anything serious, but it was pleasant to just speak to someone without needing to consider a larger goal for a bit. When we reached my chambers, I invited her inside to continue our conversation as a swarm of maids descended on me, making sure my hair and makeup were done perfectly. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. So you never gave me an answer. Chi-song said eventually. I made a polite inquisitive sound. I was currently having my hair brushed out and was feeling very relaxed. About how you keep sneaking up on me. Is there some super secret spy training you went through or something? I couldn't help but giggle a bit at the ridiculous theory. Hey, it was just a guess. Chi-song blushed heavily. Sorry. I placated, still chuckling. I almost wish it was something that interesting. It's a combination of firebender training and etiquette classes from when I attended the Royal Academy for Girls. Chi-song furrowed her brow at my answer. The firebending thing I kinda get, the soldiers and guards seem to move a bit smoother than normal people. But how does etiquette class work into that? My smile fled from my face as I had a miniature flashback to those nightmarish lessons. We used to have to wear bells all over our body and perform a tea ceremony without ringing one. I said with a dead tone. If you did, you had to start all over. I shuddered just a little at the memory. Chi-sung looked surprised that was the reason for my dread, while the maids seemed professionally intrigued. I hope they didn't try and replicate that here. That doesn't sound so bad, she tried. I shuddered again. Maybe not, but years of being told, head up. Back straight. Move faster, ladies. Was that a bell? Start over. I think I gained a bit of a trauma, I said with a wry smile and a passable imitation of my old teacher. Sounds rough, was her final thought on the matter. Soon after, the maids finished up my hair and makeup, and it was time to head to the courtyard for my address. The meeting had already started. The mayor was going over some less serious issues while I was getting ready. Tax rates for the near future, festival preparations for some holiday local to the city, news that he felt needed to be shared. Nothing I needed to directly have my hand in, so I stayed out of it. When I felt he had reached a good stopping point for now, I had one of the guards give a pre-arranged signal to begin my introduction and started walking to the high-backed chair prepared for me. Readest honor to present Her Royal Highness, Princess Azura of the Fire Nation. The mayor ended seriously. Oh, I blocked out his whole speech. Oops. Best not let them know that. I reclined a little in my chair and looked out over the people gathered. Most of them seemed unsurprised if wary of my presence, no doubt having their own ears in the mayor's office. Some seemed hostile, mainly the older citizens, and the rest seemed shocked a princess would be here. Good afternoon, citizens of Danuan. As I'm sure many of you are aware, there have been some very disturbing reports about this city that have made their way to the capital. There was the indignation I was expecting. Assaulting loyal soldiers, stealing from merchants, inciting unrest, and even a small rebellion that needed to be put down before it destroyed the city. Spines straightened, eyes hardened, and tempers started to flare. No one would say anything though. It would be unwise to speak up against a homeland noble, let alone a princess. It is clear that the city will need a firmer hand in the future to ensure these miserable events do not continue. I will be announcing several new edicts on changes that will be made to guarantee the insurgents are dealt with more harshly than the lenient measures your mayor had put in place, since they seem to be determined to take advantage of his restraint. I shifted so I was more comfortable and rested my chin on a fist. Of course, many of these will require a heavier military presence than in the past. And since this city has been so welcoming to loyal soldiers of the Fire Nation, I'm not inclined to assign any more soldiers to this disgrace of a city. Mostly because I couldn't. So I am hereby announcing the creation of the Danuan Port Guard under the command of the 201st Recon Fleet. There will be 500 spaces open for locals to apply. If the numbers aren't met after 2 weeks, then we will regretfully need to create a draft to ensure that there are enough guards to keep the peace of the city. I stood from my spot and took one final look around at the group. Mixed expressions all around. Well, I guess this was a shock to most of them, so it will take some time for the full weight of what was about to happen to sink in. As for those of you who are here acting as informants for the insurgents, I randomly glanced at a few people. Please do let the leaders know their days are numbered, and the Fire Nation will not allow them to ruin the lives of the citizens here for their own purposes. With that in mind, have a good day. With one last dismissive wave at the mayor, I turned and walked out of the courtyard. The mayor hesitated for a second before trying to move on to another topic. He lasted all of 15 seconds once I was out of sight before the assembled people erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Ahaha, so noisy. You did just kick the anthill over on them. A voice behind me pointed out. I turned to see Chi-sung and another teen being escorted by a pair of guards. Chi-sung. Did you like the show? I said with a smile, waving the guards back a bit so we could talk in peace. You threaten the entire city and say you are going to force people into your army, and you call it a show, the boy next to her growled. I shrugged. At a certain point all politics is just a big show. So Chi-song, who's your friend? Ah. This is Zhu Wuning. He's the son of a merchant that works with Dad a lot. She said before scowling. Don't change the subject. What are you doing throwing everything into chaos like this? I'm not though. I said reasonably. The leaders behind our little insurgent movement have had months to set themselves up in a way that seems friendly to the public. Bringing in more outsiders just sets up an us versus them mentality. I want to have the city get rid of the troublemakers themselves. And then all the good little soldiers you gained get thrown into the war, huh? Zhu Wuning said sarcastically. You think anyone is going to do what you want when they are just going to be sent away from their families? Of course they wouldn't. That's why I made sure it was a port guard and not a militia. Port guards stay in the city they are assigned no matter what unless they specifically request a transfer. I waved dismissively. Wait, really? That's a thing? Both of them seemed confused. Yep. I said happily. It's one of the things that gets overlooked a lot because most colonies don't have large amounts of recruits locally, so they all get sent to training camps. I'm just making sure the reinforcements are people from the city. A maid entered and bowed before reminding me I had a meeting with the garrison commander in a few minutes. I let out another sigh. Some days just seem to drag on forever. Well, I'm still busy, but if you want to talk more let me know. Dealing with stuck-up adults has a way of wearing on you. Chi-song seemed open to the idea at least. Zhu Wuning was just trying to appear respectful while still glaring at me. Probably still mad about the speech, but I think I dangled enough hints to make him interested. If he came by again I would see what I might be able to use him for. We said our farewells and I headed off to my next appointment. Chapter 11. So how was the split? 3/4 from the south, the rest from the north. From those we have about a dozen infiltrators that we identified. Should we arrest them, princess? I set aside the parchments with the relevant figures, breaking down the details on my new force, and tapped my chin with a finger. This first group was an experiment. I did want my own force, and they definitely fulfilled that role, but I was using the recruits to map out how information spread throughout Danuan. Chi-song and her friend were the only people I had told about the port guard aspect, yet there had been mentions of it throughout the city and the recruits. One of them obviously spread the information and encouraged people to sign up with the guard to help secure the city. My guess was on Chi-song. Zhu Wuning might be part of her group, but it was obvious he was less trusting of the Fire Nation in general. It also meant whichever group she was feeding information to was situated in the southern half of the city. Interestingly, the informants I had hired throughout the city reported that while many groups in the south had learned about the specifics of the port guard and happily joined up, most of the northern sections had actually gotten slightly more antagonistic. Practically everyone in my retinue believed that there was either a split in the insurgent groups or there had always been two groups working for similar goals. Still, what to do about the infiltrators? I turned to face Sha Wujing. Leave them for now. When they complete basic training, have them assigned to groups with our more veteran soldiers. Make sure they can be discreet about watching who each one talks to. If we were lucky, we could either flip the infiltrators into working for me or find out where they sent information. As you command. Sha Wujing replied seriously. Now then let's move to more pleasant topics. I shifted to lounge in my chair. How are the recruits doing overall? Well, they aren't the worst group I've worked with. Sha Wujing replied. Most of them wouldn't know the sharp end of a spear if you smacked them with it, but they are coming around. We should be able to start sending them out into the city in another few days at this rate. Ah yes, the other reason I wanted locals in my forces. While I'm sure some of the more rebellious ones would use the opportunity to overlook crimes that took place to make the Fire Nation look bad, most of the recruits wanted to serve their city. It would also hopefully cut down on the amount of sabotage and attacks by the citizens as well. Attacking soldiers from far away holding your city on the orders of a distant ruler was easy. Attacking Han from 3 houses down for doing his job was much harder. Good work. Make sure to keep the paroles mixed. I don't want anyone to have a reason to single out groups. Of course, Princess. We know what to do. Yeah, some of us have been doing this since you were running around in diapers. We know how to handle greenhorns. Captain Mako announced his presence from the doorway. Anyways, patrols just got back. Got some small boats hanging around an inlet up north a bit. Might be worth checking in on when you get a chance from your fancy plans. What is it about old soldiers and no respect? I'm used to no one in particular. Probably, 'cause we seen it all, so we don't see a reason to bow and scrape is all, the captain replied. I shot him a mild glare. Well, if you're so enlightened, I have some other reports I could have you look over. Captain Mako waved his hands in surrender. My apologies, Your Highness, no need to be cruel about it. He smirked. I know when to respect my superiors. As you should. I faked a haughty sniff. Then I stood up from the chair I spent the last couple hours in and started walking out of the room. Let me know if there are any issues with the training group. Yes, Princess, the two men said before moving to a discussion about what the patrols found. I was content to leave them to it. Injecting myself into every level of running a garrison was not something I was interested in doing, and both of them were actually very competent at their jobs, surprisingly enough. Captain Mako simply didn't let anyone know he was as good as he was because he didn't want more responsibilities, and Commander Sha Wujing was merely bad against subtle opponents. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Besides, I had another task to complete now. Wandering back to the house, I had one of the maids direct me to Chi Song. I had been content to allow her little spy game to go unremarked on while I was setting up the basics, mostly because that was done in closed-door meetings where she would have no chance of sneaking in on, but now that I was moving to the next phase she would need to be checked on. If she agreed to work for me, I could overlook quite a bit of her activities. If not, then I might need to replace the mayor and his family as the head of the city. A large part of me hoped Chi Song would be reasonable. Finding someone capable of running a city at a moment's notice was far more difficult than you would think. I was led to one of the smaller gardens to find Chi Song reading through a bunch of scrolls. A quick look over her shoulder showed it was an old law summary. She was investigating old Fire Nation laws? Interesting. Looking for something specific? I asked from slightly behind her. Based on the shriek and flung scroll, Chi Song apparently hadn't heard me walk in. Spirits. Would it kill you to make a little noise when you walk? She shrieked. Depends where I am. I replied glibly. Chi Song scowled at that. Can I help you with something, or were you just trying to give me a heart attack? I picked up a few of the scroll covers and examined them. Bending restrictions, citizen requirements, forbidden actions, and a few others revolving around bending law. Why was she looking into this? Checking to see what firebenders were allowed to do, perhaps? It seemed she was even looking as far back as the beginning of the war for some things. I pushed those thoughts aside for the moment. I actually do have another reason to talk to you. I said much more seriously. About the little activities you've been failing to hide from me. Chi Song paled a bit. I don't know what you mean. She tried. I think you do. I countered. And wasting time debating it isn't something I have time for. I started to pace around the garden. I could ignore it while I was getting things settled, lots to do as I'm sure you noticed, but now you're a loose end that I need to decide what to do with. Chi Song clenched her jaw a bit and stood more defensively. It's not exactly illegal. Fair enough. Spying was more of an unofficial sport to nobles. If she was a commoner, it would be a very different story. It certainly didn't mean I would turn a blind eye to it if it was going to cause me issues. No, but when you're the princess of a nation, you'll find laws are quite a bit more flexible than people think. Apparently that was the wrong thing to say, because now she was getting angry on top of her defensive attitude. Is that how it's going to go? Chi Song spat. As long as it is convenient for you, you ignore it, but the second it goes past that you throw people away for something they can't control. Now I was confused. Something she couldn't control? I was starting to get the sense we were talking about two very different things. But if she wasn't talking about spying on me, what could? I thought you were different than other Fire Nation nobles, but you are the exact same as your father. Tongues of fire erupted from my nostrils and swirled around my fists as all thoughts were blanked out by the white-hot anger those words caused. Me? Like that murderous bastard in any way? You dare? I hissed. Of course I dare. It's the truth, isn't it? Chi-Song spat back. Before I thought about it, a raging fireball was flying towards her, even as it felt like ice water was dumped on my head. Very rarely had I ever struck out randomly with my firebending. Out of all those times, it was either at an object or another firebender, never at a normal person. Which is why when a thin stone wall appeared between Chi-Song and the fireball, I was equally relieved and shocked. You're an earthbender? Like you didn't know. How would I know that? And you're from the home islands. How are you an earthbender? Our confrontation might have been pretty short, but sudden violence and shouting in the middle of the mayor's manor was an excellent way to draw the attention of everyone in hearing distance. In this case, it meant Chi-Song's friend Zhu Wuning, along with a pair of guards, burst through the doors to the garden and saw the two of us facing off. The embers of my attack and the earthen wall painted a clear picture about what happened. Earthbender! One of the guards shouted, "Get Yerk!" Zhu Wuning quickly stomped the ground, causing two chunks of earth to rise from the ground, and with a single movement sent them both into the unprotected sides of the guards. Both of them crashed into the doorframe and were knocked unconscious. Chi-Song, we need to escape. He shouted and punched another rock at me. We can't. What about my mom and dad? Chi-Song called back. Zhu Wuning had a look of intense concentration on his face even as he continued attacking me. Then we kidnapped the princess. The guards didn't see your face, so we might be able to say it was someone else. Another rock passed by me, and I retaliated by dancing around it and sending a blast of flames towards the top of the door he came through. The explosion pushed him further into the gardens, so he skidded not far away from Chi-Song, who ran out to help him up while attacking me at the same time. Going to kidnap me now, are you? I said mildly as I dodged her attacks and rushed them both. A burst of fire accelerated me, so I was in front of them in an instant. I kicked Zhu Wuning's leg out from under him, driving an elbow into his stomach and following up with a palm strike to the chin, and he was out like a light. Swaying to my left, I felt a slight breeze as Chi-Song's own attack missed by inches. I grabbed the outstretched arm and roughly pulled her forward. Off balance and probably panicking a bit, Chi-Song only let out a yelp of pain when I seized her by the back of her neck and forced her face down to the ground. A very weak puff of fire right in front of her face was enough to discourage any sudden moves. Now then, I have several questions about what just happened here. A chill entered my voice. And you are going to follow along with what I say, or I am going to throw you, your friend there, and your parents into the darkest hole I can until this mess is sorted out. Understand? She nodded rapidly. Good. Sit up and say nothing. She did, and I began acting like I was checking her over as two more guards burst through the other door to the garden. Princess, we heard the noise. What should we do? One of them asked. There was an earthbender that came through that door. I said, pointing at the pile of rubble that used to be an archway. Take the guards and sweep the compound for him. Also, I'm taking Chi-Song and her friend to a secure room. They were caught up in the fight with the earthbender, and I want to make sure no harm came to them. With a loud salute, the guards split up to follow my orders. One going to gather more people, and the other checking on the 3 unconscious people in the room. Chapter 12. The 2 guards were taken to see a doctor, while I had Chi-Song and Zhu Wuning taken to a more private location. To ensure that they both cooperated through the meeting, I had wooden handcuffs on both of them and made sure there was no earth anywhere accessible. Now that we are all comfortable, I started off, sinking into a chair across from the glaring Chi-Song and the now conscious Zhu Wuning. I want to know exactly how an earthbender managed to pass herself off as the daughter of a Fire Nation noble. A cover? Replacement? Or are you just adopted? How dare you? Chi-song bit out. They are my real parents. I don't see how. I casually replied. Nobility has their background checked before they take up stations in the colonies, specifically to ensure there is no conflict of interest to their post. I will have to have someone check the records, but if either one of them came from the Earth Kingdom, there is no chance they would have been sent here. So once again, how can an earthbender pass herself off as their daughter? The glare Chi-song gave me never changed in its intensity, well, when a mommy earthbender or a daddy earthbender love each other very much. I snorted. Cute, but please take this seriously. Just tell her, Song. It's not like she's gonna care. Zhu Wuning said bitterly. You're right. I probably won't care why a pair of insurgents and traitors have been working to overthrow the order of an entire city. We aren't traitors. Chi-song yelled. My father has been working for years to make sure the people in the city aren't just second-class citizens to the jerks in the main islands. I would never throw that away. I regarded her carefully. You are actually his daughter, she nodded. How? My great-great-grandfather moved to the Fire Nation from the Earth Kingdom. Chi-song admitted. No one else in my family had the talent for earthbending, until me. That was probably not true, I realized. Bending ran pretty true in most families, and while it was common that the ability skipped a generation occasionally, it was more likely the rest of her family simply never realized they could earthbend. It also made sense that her heritage slipped through the cracks. No one really paid close attention to those things until the start of the war, or so I was told. Digging through mounds of family records to determine a person's heritage wasn't something I would ever do. So why did you attack me? My thoughts were all over the place now, but I was curious. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. I thought you knew I was an earthbender. Chi-song said in a small voice, shoulders hunching inward. Why would I know that? Her head slumped down. Fine, you want me to say it? I figured you recognized me from the attack on your carriage. Both Zhu Wuning and I just stared at her until she started to fidget under our gaze. I don't know what to say to that. Zhu Wuning whined. I needed the bridge of my nose. So you thought I was going to call you put for being an earthbender because of an attack that lasted for less than a minute, over 2 weeks ago, because why again? Well, what else could it have been? Chi-song said defensively. How about the fact you were spying on me and weren't exactly subtle about it? Zhu Wuning groaned and Chi-song was practically glowing with how hard she was blushing. Well, that was, she stuttered. Enough. I waved a hand. If you aren't trying to cause a revolt against the Fire Nation, why would you attack me in the first place? I told you, it's because I thought you knew I was dash. No, not just now. At the carriage. I clarified. What would attacking me and your father accomplish? Chi-song muttered something under her breath, but I couldn't hear her. What was that? She said, we thought it was another useless noble trying to get rich, besides we didn't know her dad was there. He never goes personally if he can help it. Zhu Wuning said. I raised an eyebrow. Huh? He stiffened momentarily before relaxing again. Well, it's obvious I would be involved by now, right? Might as well come clean. Not throwing his friend under the cart now that they were exposed? If nothing else, Zhu Wuning was loyal. I could respect that. So what now? What now indeed? I had gotten the answers I was after. Now I had to deal with the fact that both of them had not only attacked me, but also planned to kidnap me, no matter how unsuccessful they were. If they were anyone else, I would just throw the pair of them in jail and be done with it. But one was the daughter of the mayor and the other was the son of a very influential merchant. While neither one would really be able to cause me issues per se, it would still cause distractions I didn't need at the moment. I blinked as an idea popped into my head. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it would make sure I could keep an eye on them both. Well, there is no denying that I hold both your and your family's future in my hand at the moment. I started ominously. Both of them went pale and started sweating when they saw the smile on my face. So this is what you are going to do? Oh. Are you really going to do this, princess? Sha Wujing pleaded with a tired air around him. Captain Mako, who was standing beside him, just laughed and clapped Sha Wujing on the back. Ha, ha, ha. Come on boy, lighten up. This will be good for the harmony between the colonies and the homeland. Sha Wujing rocked on his feet under the force of the captain's pat and just shot the older man a glare. You don't care because you don't need to deal with the mess this is going to cause, old man, he accused. Got that right. Alright, enough you two. I decided to cut in. Sha Wujing, you will be in charge of securing those that attend the meeting Zhu Wuning called. Remember, no excessive force. If they only follow us because they are under threat, they will be useless for my plans. Captain Mako, any update on the situation up north? Yeah. We confirmed a couple water tribe-looking ships making runs every once in a while. Captain Mako said while scratching the side of his head. No idea how many of them there are or where they head off to just yet, but we know where they call home. I nodded. In that case, start prepping your men for an assault. Once Commander Shah finishes his end, we will strike both the port and the base in the city at the same time. Spirits willing, we should be able to round up all the leaders of this little insurrection in no time. Yes, Your Highness. Both of them saluted and left to complete their tasks. Now alone, I picked up a cup of tea and enjoyed the warm feeling spreading throughout my palms. With a little luck, all the problems plaguing Danuan will be solved in a week or two. Then I could start focusing on spreading my influence to the neighboring ports. It would be the foundation for all my plans to come. Just wait, father. Soon the war will be the least of your worries. Chapter 13. It was still early in the morning as one hooded person made one last sweep over the bustling street in front of him. Like many trading cities, the streets of Danuan were busy from the moment the sun peeked over the horizon, and they rarely calmed down until it set. The shuffling crowds made it a near requirement to move to a destination quickly or get swept along by the swarm of people. It also allowed for people to discreetly slip away into side alleys so they could gather in nondescript buildings without being noticed. Seeing no obvious signs of being followed or any observers, the hooded figure slipped through a door and pulled it closed behind him. We weren't followed, and no sign of Fire Nation guards outside the normal patrol, the figure whispered to a comrade already inside the building. It's nearly 10. Everyone who could make it has gathered inside. Inside, a group of around 20 people were talking to each other. Every once in a while, they would glance to the side at a rough stage, waiting for someone to begin. In the distance, great bronze bells could be heard announcing the change of the hour. As soon as the ringing faded to nothing, two figures stepped out from the gathered crowd. Even dressed in lower quality clothes to fit in with the rest of the people, Qi Song and Zhu Wuning were easily identifiable. The muted conversations that filled the room died off as the two of them made their way to the stage. So this is all that could make it? Zhu Wuning mused. TCH, that or the rest decided to join up with that group from the water tribe. Qi Song said. Both of them tried not to think about what that meant and decided to get things started as the crowd started to get a little restless. Hello everyone. Zhu Wuning greeted the crowd, thanks for coming here, I save the speeches for selling things, kid, a middle-aged man near the front. You called us here for a reason. Get on with it. Twitching in irritation, Zhu Wuning did his best to ignore the interruption. Right, well, everyone knows how the Fire Nation princess has been recruiting. You mean tricking nearly the whole city into giving her a loyal guard force? As expected from one of those nobles. Still, she seems alright so far. We'll see. More conversations broke out among the crowd. When people realized that the port guard would be trained locally and not sent to a training camp, there were a mix of reactions from the citizens. Most were happy that their friends and family were not being sent away to join a war no one who hadn't joined the army by now had wanted to be a part of. That those same people would be trained to make sure the city was protected had earned Azura a lot of goodwill. Even if most of the Fire Nation soldiers were decent people, they were still considered outsiders by the people in the city. That was why Zhu Wuning and Qi Song had joined with a resistance group. Even though they both lived in the higher society of Danuan, they didn't want strangers ruining things for their city. "All right people, we get it," Qi Song called out, trying to stop things from running off on a tangent. "The princess isn't the greedy noble sort we expected." "That's nice. But we have a problem." She took a deep breath, because she knew this was going to cause a panic. "Azura knows me, and Zhu Wuning are earthbenders. She was also the one who made me call this meeting." Zhu Wuning added in, figuring it was best just to get everything out in the open. There was dead silence as the crowd absorbed those two statements. Then there was pandemonium as everyone began to shout over themselves, demanding an explanation for what was going on. The two on the stage tried to calm things down to explain, but no one was listening to them. More demands, questions, and angry words were hurled at them without the chance to address a single one. It might have continued to escalate until a white-haired old man raised a foot and slammed it into the ground, causing not only the group to quiet in favor of staying on their feet but also set the entire building shaking. "Now then," the old man said gently. "If we are done acting like children, why don't we let those two explain why they called a meeting with every earthbender in the city they could?" "Master Dan." "You can't," one of the angrier members of the crowd started before being silenced by a glare. "It's been a while since I taught you Mullen, but I would have hoped you would remember manners by now." Master Dan swept his gaze over everyone gathered before stopping on the two teenagers on the stage. "Now go ahead, young ones. What message do you have for us?" Said young ones nervously exchanged glances before Qi Song took a step forward. "Well, she gave us this nice big speech, but apparently people don't like those around here." She started off a little shakily. The joke helped though, and some of the tension bled out of the room. But the whole thing boils down to 2 points. 1. If any earthbender causes trouble for the city, she will spare no expense to see them hunted down. That got a lot of frowns from the group. For the most part, everyone here already kept an extremely tight lid on their earthbending for fear of being arrested. It didn't make sense for a princess to tell them to not cause trouble to a group that already hid themselves. 2. Qi Song continued. Is that any earthbender who wants to openly practice can do so if they join her household. "You're kidding, right?" came the question. "Is this some kind of joke? Is that open to anyone or just us?" They spoke hesitantly, but it was, after all, such an outrageous offer. "What about the rebels trying to kick out the Fire Nation? Do they get the offer too?" Zhu Wuning stepped forward to support Qi Song with the weight of all the questions. "It will be open to anyone in good standing, starting tomorrow morning," he said. "As for the rebels, they are currently being arrested by Princess Azura and her forces as we speak." Once again, there was pandemonium. This time it took far more to quiet them down. "Oh." Across the city, a few minutes before the bells tolled 10, I was standing with a group of Fire Nation guards, experienced ones, not the fresh group we had barely started to train, waiting for the report from our watcher groups. The signal was due any moment and we needed to ensure there were no rebel supporters hanging around our target to give early warning. While it probably wouldn't matter in the end, chasing them down would be put far too many of my plans behind schedule. It was better to sweep them up in one go. To that end, I had several groups of soldiers ready to raid specific targets at the chime of the bells. With all the leaders of the rebel groups captured, anyone with anti-Fire Nation motives would be either too small or too weak to actually affect us. A man dressed in normal commoner clothes rounded the corner and approached one of the guards. After a short exchange, the man left and the soldier made his way to me. "No signs of observation, Your Highness. They don't know we are here." I smiled contentedly as the bells started to toll in the background. It was always nice when there were no last-minute complications to a plan. No sudden variable to account for. With that in mind, the three groups surrounding the building moved towards a separate entrance, and with three great gouts of flame blasted the doors clean off. I calmly walked through the resulting dust cloud and waved a hand in front of my face to help clear it away. Good morning, everyone. For your crimes against the Fire Nation, you are all under arrest. Please resist, since otherwise this is going to be a frightfully boring day for me. It's the Fire Nation. Some incredibly bright soul shouted from inside. A discreet signal from me had the rest of the guards step through the doors and fan out. There's more of them. Truly a genius, that one. Calm yourselves, men, the man I assumed was the leader of this group boomed. It was actually impressive how large the man was. Easily a head taller and a bit wider than anyone else in the room, the Earthbender made for an impressive figure. Especially considering he seemed to be all muscle. The foul Fire Nation strikes at us from the shadows, but that is because they fear us. We shall overcome this trial and then purge our fair city of their corrupt influence. Spirits, he was loud. And slightly annoying since his declaration seemed to put some spine back into the rebels. That just wouldn't do, I had beaten them. I had taken their whole insurgency, and today was the day I crushed it. No last-minute speech was going to undermine my accomplishment. I had won, and they would recognize that. That would be impressive. I sarcastically complimented. Seeing as how my guards are in the process of arresting not only the people here, but also the other 9 hideouts you have hidden across the city. Shock filled the faces of everyone there. So there will not be another rebellion to trouble the fine people of this city. You either give up without a fight or give one final struggle to mark the end of the insurgents. Either way, the city won't have to deal with the likes of you any longer. The leader obviously didn't like that, going by his expression. Liar. We are the strength of the Earth Kingdom. We won't be defeated by the likes of you. He roared and stomped on the ground. A boulder rose and was punched at me before I shattered it with a blast of fire. Strength of the Earth Kingdom, huh? I suppose the Water Tribe wasn't the only one poking around the city, or he could just be delusional. Danuan has only been under Fire Nation control for 15 years or so. The leader could have been an Earth Kingdom nationalist and just never left in that time. A rock flew through the space I had been in before, subconsciously dodging. I should pay attention to the fight in front of me. I could have him interrogated later if I wanted to know how the Earth Kingdom fit into this. 5 rocks hovered in front of the leader and were launched with a ferocity I hadn't seen from either Qi Song or Zhu Wuning. I danced back and forth through 4 of them before ducking under the last. As I did, my leg kicked out and sent a low cone of flames over the ground. In response, an earth wall rose in between us, blocking the flames. Undeterred, I pivoted from my low stance into a back kick, sending a much stronger fireball that shattered the Earthbender's defenses and sent him stumbling backwards. I took a moment to survey the rest of the building. The rebels had followed their leader's example and attacked, but they were a poor match for the professionally armed guards. Most of them lacked a proper weapon, and the few Earthbenders were struggling when faced against several Firebenders at once. The ground in front of me cracked and buckled as the leader recovered and launched another attack. Since I couldn't see exactly how he was planning to attack, I jumped into the air just as the cracking earth reached me. Just in time too, a lance of rock burst from the ground right where I had been standing. Taking advantage of the near miss, I used the protruding rock as a foothold to launch myself further into the air over the leader and rain fire down on him. He responded well by using a wall of rubble as a shield, but he made the mistake of taking his eyes off me. Landing next to the Earthbender, I feinted towards his face with a weak spurt of fire. When he reflexively drew back, I lashed out and kicked at his ankle while pulling him further off balance, using a hold on his arm. Taken completely off guard, the leader fell heavily to the ground, where I casually twisted his arm until he was forced to roll onto his stomach and stepped on his shoulder to prevent him from moving further. She beat the boss, that same individual shouted over the din of combat, causing everyone to see that I had indeed beaten their leader. One by one, the rest of the rebels discarded their weapons and surrendered. He certainly enjoys shouting out the obvious, doesn't he? I mused out loud, a smile on my face. Today was going great so far. The leader, under me, just let out a pained groan in response. Chapter 14. I had listened to enough war councils and had enough lessons with old soldiers to know that if things were going too well, it was likely because somewhere else something was going horribly wrong. So when Sha Wujing, Zhu Wuning, and Qi Song approached me 2 days after our operation with content if not happy expressions, while Captain Mako returned with a scowl, I knew something hadn't gone exactly to plan. Not wanting to ruin my good mood immediately in the face of bad news, I decided to have the city events reported first. The capture of all the insurrectionist groups we knew about had gone off without a hitch. I had personally captured the leader of the group along with several of the highest-ranking members. The others had been captured at other sites throughout the city in smaller raids on warehouses and hideouts. We might have missed a few overall, but nowhere near enough that the local guard couldn't deal with them. Especially if they were assisted by the swelling numbers of the port guard. The raids also had the benefit of unearthing some additional locations that would need to be checked out. I was sure Sha Wujing was already putting together more teams to investigate those on top of going through what we already had. From the summary reports he had already submitted, most of those would be small groups of less than 10 people. For all intents and purposes, Danuan had been cleansed of the insurrection. Zhu Wuning and Qi Song had slightly less positive news for me. The talks with the peaceful and law-abiding Earthbenders had gone well, as expected really. I wasn't asking them to do anything they already weren't doing, so there was no detectable reaction in the city. Though I was also having the guard watch out for some idiot trying something just to spite us. There always seemed to be the one person out there that would be totally fine under Fire Nation rule, but the second you reminded him he was under Fire Nation rule, he pulled some ill-thought-out stunt in the name of rebellion. Thankfully there had been none of that yet. Unfortunately, none of them had decided to come forward and join my forces as of yet. Not surprising at all. 2 days was not enough time for someone to make such a risky decision like that, but I was still a little irritated by the lack of progress. It's hard to demonstrate the inclusion of a subset of people when those people refuse to be included. Problems for later. There's nothing I could do besides track down a few of them and force them into service. Which would destroy not only my credibility, but it would ensure anyone I convinced to work with me would betray me the second they had a chance. And that meant I had stalled as long as I could. Alright then. Captain Mako, your report? We successfully captured the port the suspected water tribe were using. Don't you mean water tribe? Sha Wujing asked. I know what I said. So what was the issue? I cut in before this could devolve into an argument. Captain Mako huffed, they weren't there. Everyone at the table blinked. What do you mean they weren't there? Exactly that, Earth Girl. My boys had the ocean under watch the whole time we were prepping for the attack. One day they're there, the next, gone without a trace. That was incredibly concerning. The small port to the north had been boxed in by 7 Fire Nation warships, and the water tribe managed to escape unnoticed? No wonder Captain Mako was in such a bad mood. It was one thing to see your opponent and for them to escape by some clever maneuver or tactic, it was something entirely different when you managed to lose a fleet without a clue how it happened. It was a very good thing that capturing the water tribe specifically was not a priority, or this operation would have been considered a failure, despite the success in the city. Did you have any trouble with the locals then? The captain shook his head. Nah, they are all incredibly grateful we managed to drive off the water bandits with our mere presence. I left a couple soldiers behind to keep an eye on them, but it's a small fishing port. If we pulled out tomorrow and a bandit group rolled up, they would thank M for driving off the tyranny of the Fire Nation or something like that. I nodded in understanding. For the powerless, the easiest way to survive was to rely on the support of the closest group stronger than them. The Fire Nation might be the mightiest nation in the world, but without a clear presence in the area, those small villages wouldn't hesitate to bow to someone else. Have some of our port guards stationed there on a monthly rotation. Even a small garrison should be enough to keep them in check. I smiled, and it isn't like we have a shortage of troops for it at the moment. I'll make sure it's done, Princess. Sha Wujing saluted and made a note on a piece of paper. I nodded once again and moved on to the final point of this meeting. Now that Danuan is solidly back under Fire Nation control, I have one more task I want to complete before I return to give my report to the Fire Lord. I stopped and looked very closely at the 4 people in the room. Make no mistake, if a hint of this makes it back to my father being locked up in the darkest hole you can imagine would be a blessing. If you have no intention of swearing total loyalty to me, you are free to leave. Chi-Song laughed. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Hey Fire Lord, 2 Earthbenders have something to tell you. Oh by the way, one of them is technically nobility. Don't worry about me. Same for me. Zhu Wuning agreed. You've done the most for Earthbenders in Fire Nation territory in decades. Keep it up and I'll follow you. That was both excellent news and horribly depressing at the same time. You saved my entire command staff, Your Highness. Sha Wujing said. When the first rebellion occurred, the colonel in charge of Danuan fled to the home islands. I, along with my subordinates, would have taken the blame for the saboteurs and insurgents if you hadn't rooted them out. All of us are willing to pledge ourselves to you. All eyes turned to Captain Mako, who had tuned out the rest of us in favor of preparing a pot of tea. When the captain noticed, he negligently waved a hand in the air. Your uncle's a good pie show buddy of mine. Least I can do is make sure his niece is taken care of. Not exactly the pledge of undying loyalty I was hoping for, but considering who I was asking, that was probably the best I was going to get without causing some dissatisfaction. I guess that will do. I murmured. I admit I'm taking a risk with all of you. But if things continue unchecked, I predict the Fire Nation will collapse around itself in as little as 5 years. I said in a stronger voice. Suddenly I had everyone's complete undivided attention. So I am going to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm going to use the 4 of you to start forging a new strength for the nation in the colonies. And by the end of it, I will end the war. Captain Mako started choking on his tea as the others burst into a storm of questions. I just smiled at their expressions. If this was how they reacted to just a hint of my larger goals, how would they react when they learned the full picture? Oh. I wasn't expecting any major changes in the capital during the few months I had been away. The political upheaval I accidentally engineered ensured that none of the more influential officials would make any big moves while they were busy figuring out the new political scene. So besides a rather ceremonial parade welcoming me back to the capital, I was free to move about unhindered by petty schemes and plots. Well, at least any that would be important enough to need my attention. In fact, the only political move that really caught my notice was a marriage between 2 noble families a week prior to my return. And it wasn't because it was some mismatched union between a high and low family or between political factions, but rather because I, and nearly everyone in the capital, had been convinced the bride and groom hated each other. Apparently not considering the gossip sweeping the city. The 2 had been almost sickeningly sweet together since the wedding and had been seen in each other's company almost constantly. An odd turn of events, but it stood out simply because it was one of the few happy marriages between nobles. I also found out that Azula and her friends were visiting one of the historical temples with the rest of her class, so I likely wouldn't see her for a while. Shame. I wanted to introduce her to my new handmaiden. With those thoughts in mind, I began the lengthy process of reacquainting myself with the projects I had left behind when I went to Danuan, as well as catching up on the latest war efforts. I had my audience with my father tomorrow. It wouldn't do to be ignorant about the current state of affairs. Chapter 15. The throne room was nearly empty as I bowed on one knee in front of my father, only a few military officers and the like. The normal servants were nowhere to be seen. Per usual, the decorative wall of flames concealed much of his form, and what little wasn't was hidden in the cast shadows. I had been in this position for at least 15 minutes and was starting to lose feeling in my leg. Despite knowing that I had successfully completed my mission and there was nothing the Fire Lord could pin on me without coming across as incredibly petty and ungrateful to the entire nation, I still couldn't completely shake off the slightly choking feeling of his presence filling the room. Let it never be said that Ozai didn't have the art of intimidation honed to perfection. "I see that you managed to accomplish your task," he said, finally breaking the silence. "I did. And yet I received notice that the Water Tribe pirates, who were no doubt behind the troubles to begin with, managed to escape you." "They weren't my priority," I replied shortly. One of the few other people in the room stood up at this and bowed towards the throne. "Apologies for the interruption, Your Highness, but for the good of the Fire Nation I cannot ignore what the princess just said in good conscience." The speaker was some random colonel that I wasn't immediately familiar with. No doubt he was some expert my father had pulled in to use as a mouthpiece against me. "You have something to say, Colonel Tasso?" "I do." While the princess managed to complete her task with satisfactory results, she ignored the source of the trouble and allowed a dangerous subversive force to escape. "No doubt they will make their way to another city and simply repeat the process, tying up our forces for months to come." The colonel sneered slightly. Ah, I recognized him now. A man who had managed to advance through the ranks with a few notable military victories in the Earth Kingdom and with the help of some family contacts. It made sense father would use him as my detractor. If you didn't know the actual history of his career, he was the perfect person to find fault in any strategy one used. An up-and-coming officer who knew what he was doing and had no issue with speaking out against his superiors making mistakes. And if I managed to prove him wrong? Well, he was a simple military man. How could he hope to understand the brilliance of the royal family? A rather transparent attempt for father to try and strip my newly acquired forces, but too bad for him I was actually familiar with Tasso. Or rather, I was familiar with Uncle's complaints about the man and his habit of risking entire battle plans for minimal high visibility gains. He wasn't as talented as he seemed at first glance. A mistake caused by the princess's lack of experience, no doubt. But something that I feel she could overcome with the proper instruction. Naturally someone would need to correct the mistake she made on her assignment, the ambitious weasel placated. It's true that Azura hasn't properly led anything before this incident, so some mistakes should be expected. Father said, stroking his beard before turning to me. What do you think, daughter? I think you should fire whoever recommended the colonel to advise the people gathered here on what is a priority during an assignment. Clearly they don't know what they are talking about. I said shortly, fully aware I had just indirectly called my father an idiot. If he thought I would meekly hand over my accomplishments just because he was going to make it seem I had blundered, he didn't know me very well. Colonel Tasso stiffened indignantly but said nothing. My father narrowed his eyes and leaned forward a bit, the flames in the room growing just the slightest bit more intense. Oh? And where was the colonel's judgment wrong? I took that as permission to rise from my position and face Colonel Tasso. His insistence that the Water Tribe was the source of the disturbances the city faced for one. There was an organized resistance group of Earth Kingdom loyalists operating in the middle of Danuan. Removing them and solidifying the Fire Nation's control over the city was my objective, not chasing after some remnants of a backwater fishing village we could crush with a mid-sized patrol. I said to the room. The Water Tribe might have compounded the issues in some small way, but without similar groups already existing in other cities, any action they want to take is limited. That thinking is rather naive, Princess. Small groups can win large victories. Tasso retorted. It was using one such group that I recaptured the Naga Pass fortress from the Earth Kingdom. Then enlighten me. What would you have done differently? I demanded. You left the Water Tribe alone for too long. Tasso said in a tone I supposed he considered scholarly. When you became aware of their presence, you should have surrounded them and decisively removed them before they could escape. With what forces? What? It seems that wasn't the question he was expecting. With what forces, Colonel? I'm curious where you would get the forces needed to surround them. With the same forces you had access to, Princess. Tasso said in a confused tone. I raised an eyebrow as I stared impassively at him. Somehow I'm not surprised. You're saying you would have emptied the city the moment you discovered the Water Tribe's location? No, of course not. I would have taken the proper amount of soldiers from the local guard to encircle the port by land and used the scout patrol you were given to block the sea route. There was some shuffling among the other military officers as they started to realize the flaw in the colonel's logic. I saw Father shift his gaze to a few of them out of the corner of my eye and couldn't help feeling a little malicious joy seeing him still unaware of what precisely the issue was. Is that so? I suppose that fits with your past actions. You seem to like retaking positions lost to idiotic decisions. One of the generals, one I assume was familiar with Tasso's most impressive feat, broke out in a coughing fit to cover his startled laughter. While it was true Tasso had managed to reclaim a fallen outpost in Naga Pass with less than 20 soldiers following him, what was left out of the reports, but not Uncle's gossip circle, was that the only reason the outpost was lost in the first place was because a patrol had been lured out of position chasing after a high-rank soldier from the Earth Kingdom. If they had simply diverted and then returned to their route, then no one could fault them for the detour. But Tasso had convinced the others to keep pressing on after the officer even after he had deliberately shown himself to the patrol after losing them several times. Any soldier worth their command would have guessed there was something up after the second or third time, but not Tasso. So while they were off chasing a lure, Earth Kingdom soldiers had walked completely undetected through the hole in the scouting pattern and captured the fortress by surprise. That Tasso managed to recapture the pass was immaterial since the sudden loss of a supply route meant the siege of Sochu was forced to pull back. By the time that Naga Pass was recaptured, the city had been reinforced and the siege needed to be restarted all over again. And the city would have been overthrown by the rebel elements since anyone competent would have realized the garrison there was the only reason they hadn't tried to take the city again after they failed the first time. Tasso was looking rather red. If the city was unstable, I would have conscripted for the city guard just as you did. He tried to defend himself. Yes, because conscripts from the unhappy population would be an excellent choice to guard a city while the regular soldiers go on some half-wit adventure. And before you bring up that I used locals as well, remember that I had any new recruits stationed far away from critical points in the city and simply used them to keep the peace with the civilians there. Tasso's mouth snapped shut as he was no doubt about to bring that point up. I felt I had made my point and turned back to the throne. You see, Father? I took the necessary steps to secure the city you tasked me with bringing under control, added to our forces, wiped out the resistance, and even secured the countryside from our enemies. But if the advisor who tricked you into thinking Colonel Tasso here could have done a better job because some Water Tribe rabble were too cowardly to even fight, then I suppose we must censure the generals here as well. After all, they often let the enemy get away on occasion, which must be a sign of incompetence if a colonel could do better than all of them. And just like that, the atmosphere in the throne room grew even heavier as my father realized he couldn't trap me. If he decided to punish me for letting some pirates get away when they weren't even part of my mission, then he would need to uphold that decision for every military operation afterwards. The officers would revolt in a week. Colonel Tasso, you are dismissed. Yes, Fire Lord, the man ground out. I ignored the glare he not so subtly threw at me as he left the room. He would wind up somewhere else in the war effort, no doubt. Either a remote outpost or somewhere similarly unimportant. I had likely ruined his career, but that was the price he paid for trying to get involved with royal politics. Azura, I have a new mission for you. Father decided to cut his losses. While Danuan was easily the most obviously rebellious of the colonies, no doubt there are similar groups infiltrating the others. Root them out. And if you find those Water Tribe pirates again, don't let them get away. I bowed and accepted the order while scoffing internally. Yes, I will stay far from the capital and your ham-fisted attempts at cunning. Besides, this arrangement worked perfectly for my own plans. With another few bows and farewells, I left the throne room and returned to my estate. I crafted a few letters for Azula letting her know what I would be doing and arranged for their delivery and arranged for the chefs to prepare dinner. A nice way to end the day after such a colossal waste of my time. Chapter 16. Once again I found myself staring at a map while my subordinates milled around in the background. We had moved on to the third city on my route to secure key points and wrest control for the colonies from my father. The second had been a port city similar to Danuan, but had lacked any sort of unrest or rebellion to justify staying in the area for long. Captain Mako had stayed behind to act as my proxy to assist in the creation of another port guard and invite any earthbenders to join under my banner. Both of which would probably form slower than they had previously, lacking a clear threat of being subjugated for rebellion, but it ensured any recruits who signed on to either force would be under officers sworn to my personal service rather than the Fire Nation military as a whole. I was confident he could handle most of the issues that would pop up, so we had moved further inland to a landlocked city close to a mountain range that acted as a convergence point for several roads. It also happened to be close enough to the front lines that Earth Kingdom attacks were a real concern, although they did not happen often. The lack of any water meant I couldn't just declare the creation of a port guard like I had in the last two cities, but with some inspired interpretation of a few laws, I had started the recruitment for a branch of the city guard that fulfilled the same role without requiring recruits to leave for training. Thankfully, the letter of the law was sufficiently vague that I could argue in my favor for long enough that by the time anyone in the court managed to decide one way or the other, my troops would be fully trained and the point would be moot. Provided the court even noticed what was happening. The royal court didn't exactly pay close attention to the recruitment processes of the colonies after all, and most captains knew better than to second-guess a princess. That was about where the good news ended. Probably due to the closeness to the front lines, the cultural tension in Anj was much more apparent in the streets. Unlike in Danuan, it wasn't a populace desiring to be treated as equals rather than second-class citizens with a small but disruptive rebellious element, but a neat divide of newcomers that had been born in the Fire Nation and had moved to the city when it had been taken and the Earth Kingdom citizens who had stayed. Weirdly, the biggest tension point wasn't about which nation ruled the city, but about what traditions were celebrated in the city. Something that normally should have been addressed by the local mayor, but after meeting the spineless waste I understood perfectly why nothing was done. Simply put, the mayor would do nothing more than ensure the proper taxes were sent to the capital. All the other duties were ignored or delegated to others. It worked, but only enough that two factions had formed and taken over running the city. The amount of soldiers that passed through the city ensured no violence broke out, but that simply made the sides turn to other methods of fighting. Certain families were either charged more or banned from businesses, neighbors would loudly spread rumors about each other, goods and supplies were damaged or stolen, and other such methods were used, so it was little surprise both factions were nearly at each other's throats by the time I arrived. Ironically, my plan to create soldiers loyal to me from the local population actually relieved some of the tension both sides were facing. Any of the young men and women itching to ensure they could protect their culture through force swarmed to either the city guard if they were a firebender or nationalist, or to my house forces if they were an earthbender or a colonist. With most of the more violently inclined idiots busy getting beaten into shape by my loyal instructors, they simply didn't have the energy to pick fights with each other anymore. Without a decently strong central leader to settle disputes, however, both sides would likely come to blows eventually once I left. So I was stuck trying to find a replacement for the current mayor who would not only be able to handle the job, but also not favor one side over the other. That was clearly going to be a difficult task on a normal day, but just to ensure that I had the worst day possible, we got word from one of the road outposts that a rock slide had blocked the path out of the north road of the city. Soon after, similar news came from the west road, and then again, from the south. The story has been illicitly taken, should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. It was clear Anj was about to come under siege from the Earth Kingdom, and I was stuck facing it with only a local garrison, some half-trained recruits, and a handful of dubiously loyal earthbenders. Spirits, what a mess. I need specifics, gentlemen. How many are we facing, and where are they coming from? I refuse to believe not a single soldier spotted anything this whole time. The local officers refused to meet my eyes, while my entourage stepped forward. We have a few reports of some unknown traitors hanging around Earth Kingdom-aligned shops for the last week, but that's only because the business owners complained about the Fire Nation faction driving off their customers. Best I can guess is that there is somewhere around 50 between all groups, because any bigger and the guards would have needed to see their caravan license. I stared at Sha Wujing. So you were telling me that 50 enemy earthbenders might have snuck past our guards, because they spent more time hassling local businesses than doing their jobs? I pointedly did not glare at the local officers, but my tone let them know exactly my thoughts on them if the way they all paled and started sweating was any indication. Sounds like it. Chi-song commented from the side. Good news is it wasn't because someone bribed the guards. Yes, because our guards being incompetent instead of bought is so much better. I inhaled deeply before slowly letting out a breath, the candles in the room dimming and then flaring at the same time in response to me releasing my frustration. Losing my temper didn't help me at the moment. I needed to figure out what the Earth Kingdom leader hoped to achieve here. 50 soldiers was enough to do a lot of damage, but not enough to hold a city. So this was likely a raid to weaken the city for some reason. Either as a distraction or for another force to conquer, didn't matter, but those were the top two theories. Either one required an attack, probably one that would be coming soon, to take advantage of the chaos caused by isolating the city with those rock slides. So how do I prevent that? Step 1 would be finding where the enemy was hiding. Unless the enemy commander was willing to risk going unnoticed in the sweep that was sure to follow the discovery of the collapsed roads, he would be outside the city. Probably close enough to the walls to sneak close when night fell, but far enough that they wouldn't be immediately spotted by scouts if they searched the area. So where would I go? If it was me, I would pick the forest nearby. Plenty of places to hide, the trees would make causal discovery hard, and the roots would make bending harder for weaker earthbenders. My second choice would be a clearing by the nearby stream. It was easier to get spotted, but it was also more open, difficulties with trying to cross the water aside. But that was if I was leading firebenders. Earthbenders would want to be in open elevated spaces so nothing could interfere with their bending and they would use less energy, which meant something in the hills or mountains. Anything to the south was out. The forest was too dense to navigate easily at night. West was more probable, but the distance to the hills made it slightly too far for my taste. I turned back to the maps and started looking for a more detailed version of the north areas. At first glance, the north shared most of the issues as the west, but there was a cliffside that overlooked the city that had a small clearing on it if the maps were right. It was close enough to a few hunting paths that it was accessible, but the sheerness of the cliff meant Fire Nation troops would never be able to safely descend without specialized equipment. But steep cliffs weren't an issue for earthbenders, were they? Found you. I muttered. I tapped the table and looked around at the people in the room. The locals could barely be trusted to tie their bootlaces it seemed, let alone be trusted to handle this. So it would have to be my personal troops. I want half the guards from the southeast walls shifted to cover the north side of the city. Have them check on anything that an earthbender could destroy quickly and would cause chaos. Food storage, stables, anything like that. Sha Wujing, you are in charge. Try to keep these idiots from simply handing the city to the enemy? Yes, princess. Sha Wujing replied, both of us ignoring the winces from the surrounding officers. Zhu Wuning, try and find a hunter who would be willing to lead a group of 20 to this location. If I'm right, then our Earth Kingdom friend should be around there. Sure. I could probably find someone. I nodded. Chi-song dash. If you tell me to stay in the city, I am going to break something. Fair warning, she interrupted. Gather 4 earthbenders from my house forces you can trust and tell them what's going on. You are coming with me. I finished, giving her a half-lidded stare. Oh. Sure. Chi-song blushed and looked away, scratching at her cheek with one finger. As for the rest of you, I want the scouts out towards the east. I doubt even if we beat those earthbenders here it will be the end of their plan. Yes, princess. Dismissed. I idly waved a hand and watched as everyone left to carry out their tasks. When they were gone, I walked around to the north side of the map so I could look at the city from the Earth Commander's point of view. 50 is too small to do anything. What is your game here? Chapter 17. Our trek up to the cliffs was slowed down slightly by the fact we only had a handful of people able to check for traps or ambushes. None of the soldiers in the city were frontline groups used to dealing with Earthbender tricks, and the 5 Earthbenders I had with me weren't exactly on the same level as elite Earth Kingdom troops. But the Earthbenders we were approaching seemed to have done the bare minimum in terms of traps or early warning systems. There were no scouts waiting for us that we could find, and only a few basic pitfall traps that were easily countered. Was it because they didn't have enough people to properly screen for enemies? Were they in the middle of another sabotage attempt? Was it a trap? Or were they simply arrogant enough to believe that they wouldn't be discovered this quickly and hadn't done more than the bare minimum? Pointless questions, since I wouldn't get an answer until we found the Earthbender camp, but I couldn't keep my mind off of it. Apparently neither could Chi Song, since she hung back to walk with me and whispered, "You think this is too easy?" "It feels too easy." I nodded. "Nothing we can do about it until we reach our destination. Just keep your guard up." We walked in uncomfortable silence for a while until we reached the final bend on the mountain path. If the maps were correct, then the clearing we expected to find the enemy camp was just around the corner. I had 60 Firebenders and 5 Earthbenders with me, and somehow we had not seen any reaction to such a force moving up a relatively open path. Something that had all my instincts buzzing. The advance guard turned the corner, and for a heartbeat there was no change. Then there was a loud sound of rocks crashing together and a shout of "It's the Fire Nation." I wasted no time once I heard that. "Forward! Capture as many as you can, let none escape," I ordered as all my troops ran to get into position. Chi-Song followed behind me as I charged ahead as well. We turned the corner and the normal soldiers fanned out to the sides, so I had an uninterrupted path forward to see a handful of Earth Kingdom soldiers and a group of peasants. What? Even as I froze, because of the unexpected sight, my soldiers encircled the camp and a couple small fights broke out between them and the Earthbenders. Most of both parties hung back and were on the alert for large moves, but one or two would duel each other. I knew the Firebenders were doing so to ensure no gaps opened in our encirclement, but the way the Earthbenders were huddling up instead of trying to break out made me nervous. "So the Fire Nation is sending little girls to face us now?" A loud booming voice cut over the sounds of the various fights, causing almost all of them to come to a halt. A large man in Earth Kingdom armor made his way through the crowd to face me along with some other soldiers flanking him. "The Earth Kingdom is reduced to sending villagers against us now?" I returned, pointedly drawing attention to the peasants in the crowd. Now that I had a better look, I saw that there were only 10 or so properly uniformed soldiers. Even if the rest turned out to be Earthbenders, the sight of them wearing rough-spun clothes and the like undercut any respect I had for them as soldiers. Of course not. These are the brave people willing to cast aside the false promises of the Fire Nation and join the Earth Kingdom army. Agni's Grace, this man was loud. "Oh? And what lies are those? Interested now, are you? What do you say, men? Shall we let them know the lies they spread?" The crowd of peasants started shouting almost as one, but I was able to pick out some individual comments. "They treat us like second-class citizens. We were here first. Lies about Earthbenders being accepted. Saying a princess is going to help us. And many more things of that nature." It was a little disheartening to hear my activities were so outlandish. People were distrusting them so much. I might need to do something to ensure my father doesn't think to use that as incentive to reverse my progress. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. The leader of the Earthbenders clapped his hands and grinned widely. "There you have it," he proclaimed. "The Fire Nation is so desperate to keep a leash on the people of the Earth Kingdom that they spread fanciful tales of a princess coming to lift them up and guarantee equality if they just behave themselves. But we have told them of these lies before they could take hold. And I, Lieutenant Fong of the Rumbling Boulder Squadron, will lead them against this foe. So that they can be victorious. Chi-Song choked back a laugh as the lieutenant pointed a finger at me. Now then, while it pains me to see someone so young allowed to lead the vile forces of the Fire Nation to battle, I will allow you to tell me your name so it will not be forgotten in the face of your inevitable defeat. He, ha 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 ha. Chi-Song gave up restraining her laughter and nearly doubled over in the face of the leader's declaration. Her laughter turned out to be infectious as quite a few soldiers started chuckling along with her. For my part, I simply crossed my arms and looked on disapprovingly. The sudden laughter had also really thrown off all the enemies in front of us as well. The peasants were looking around worriedly and the soldiers had tensed up. The leader was also slowly going red in the face. What is so funny? He demanded. He doesn't even know. Chi-Song almost howled, waving a hand in my direction. Our enemies were now almost all looking at me warily, and I could only roll my eyes at my subordinates' behavior. Figuring this joke was getting out of hand, I strode forward confidently. Listen up. I raised my voice so everyone could hear me and smiled internally as the last of the fights stopped in response. I am Azura, first princess of the Fire Nation. I can't say for certain all of the rumors you have heard about me are true, but I can say that the improving conditions for Earthbenders in Fire Nation territory is no lie. In fact, I have some of them with me. I motioned towards Chi-Song. She got the message and bent a couple pillars of rock as both a demonstration and in preparation to attack when a fight broke out. The sight of an Earthbender so close to Fire Nation royalty and obviously trusted set a wave of mutters through the enemy. The Earth Kingdom lieutenant grit his teeth so hard I was almost worried they would break under the pressure. Not that I could really bring myself to care about an enemy's dental care. A single person means nothing, he tried to deny, but his mouth snapped shut when the other 4 Earthbenders with me revealed themselves. Indeed. A single person does mean nothing. I mocked. Which is why I make it a habit to bring a few Earthbenders from each colony I recruit from to prove my words. Most of them are still back in the city, helping recruit the ones willing to work for me. Another wave of mutters broke out and suddenly I saw quite a few people not looking so sure about their choice to be here. I could use that. I know that many of you are here because you didn't believe the rumors that things could get better. You thought that it was a trick and lashed out. However, since this misunderstanding has been cleared up, I will graciously promise that anyone who surrenders now and comes with us peacefully will be pardoned fully as long as they join the city register. To be leashed as dogs by you, no doubt, the lieutenant tried dissuading his faltering troops. I shrugged. Not at all. The register is going to be a list of all benders in the city fire, earth, or water and used to request help during emergencies. It was simply going to be expanding on the existing register for Firebender standard in the home islands. Granted, those were mostly for ensuring young Firebenders didn't go unnoticed or unsupervised, but the premise remained the same. Though if you want to openly use your bending, then you will of course need to join my forces. And if we don't want to fight in the war, someone in the crowd called out. The Earth Kingdom soldiers' faces darkened. Some of the draw for these people was the freedom to use their bending openly. Letting them move deeper into the Earth Kingdom to do what they wished with their bending. Well, that wasn't an issue I was unprepared for. Each branch working for me is local to its own city. You will be called on to defend it, but you will not be sent to fight unless you request to, and there are plenty of jobs to use your bending for. More of the crowd wavered, and some of them even visibly made a decision. With a bit more time I could probably convince more than half of them to surrender, which is exactly why Lieutenant Fong decided I had spoken more than enough. It doesn't matter if she is trying to make things equal for Earthbenders, if we capture her now, then we can use her to pressure the Fire Lord to end the war in return for his daughter. Lieutenant Fong shouted. For the Earth Kingdom, to battle. He and the other soldiers stomped the ground and punched the resulting boulders into shrapnel that targeted the people surrounding me. Just like that, the enemy forces collapsed into chaos as the disorganized rabble tried to attack, surrender, and retreat all at once. I ignored the peasants, trusting my soldiers to handle that mess, and reduced any shrapnel coming towards me to dust with a blast of fire and charged the Earth Kingdom soldiers. The only real thing keeping the enemy's morale from collapsing entirely was the lieutenant. Take him down, and this fight was over. I was vaguely aware of Chisong following behind me as I ran forward a bit to make sure I had clear surroundings. Once I had room, I sent sheets of fire crawling along ground to try and trip up their footing. Some of the soldiers tried to block with a raised wall, but that left them open to Chisong's follow-up attack. 2 rocks slammed into the soldiers and knocked them unconscious. A third blocked another rock from hitting but was blasted in the side by one of the other firebenders. Lieutenant Fong reacted the best by raising a solid pillar about the size of himself and sending it rocketing towards me, the large block of stone tearing up the ground along the way. I kicked out with the strongest fire blast I could on short notice and frowned as the mass of rock easily passed through my flames and forced me to swiftly dodge. Lieutenant Fong was a much stronger earthbender than I figured he would be. A series of fireballs and rocks flew through the air between us as we both struggled to control the pace of our fight. I was attacking easily 3 times as much as the Earth Kingdom soldier, but his attacks consistently forced me to dodge out of the way before I was struck, allowing him to re-establish his defense and making me start all over. I hadn't had this much trouble with an opponent in a long time. It was actually somewhat enjoyable, and I might have drawn out the fight for the novelty of it, but the chaos of the common soldiers was dying down as my forces managed to subdue them with numbers and teamwork. If this went on longer, someone was going to do something desperate. Lieutenant Fong was forced to raise a thick wall as I punched out a sustained torrent of fire directly at him. He couldn't dodge without opening his comrade up to the fury of my attack. Something I was more than happy to use against him. I extended 2 fingers and moved my hand in a small circular motion, feeling the energy in the air part as I moved them through the air. My other hand came down in a similar manner, my surroundings now crackling with the promise of barely restrained power. When the energies built up to the point I could barely hold it back, I thrust my hand out and watched as the lightning I released tore through Lieutenant Fong's wall and exploded. When the smoke cleared, everyone was able to see the groaning form of the lieutenant on the ground. Naturally, after such a display and their leader defeated, the few earthbenders still fighting took that moment to surrender. I straightened up and let out a long breath, releasing the tension that came from that technique, and motioned my soldiers forward to restrain them. Chisong wandered over to my side and looked over the scene with a smile. That went pretty well. We found the bad guys and took them down before they could do more damage. You even got to make another fancy speech. I smirked in response before growing serious. Yes. Now we need to figure out what they were hoping to accomplish in the first place. Chapter 18. There were advantages to being royalty. The best teachers around practically threw themselves at my feet to have me as a student. The food I ate was normally of the highest quality, and I wanted for almost nothing anywhere I went. There were downsides, naturally. I had to present a proper image of strength and confidence as a member of the royal family near constantly. I was expected to excel in anything I was instructed in, and I had Ozai for a father. That last one was a major reason why I felt entitled to claim that being a princess of the Fire Nation was not nearly as fantastic as others seemed to claim. But those reasons weren't why I currently wished that I had been born into almost any other family. No, what was reserved for the slime ball, currently droning on in front of me. And due to the delay, the produce is falling well below the standards we have come to guarantee from our shops. Surely there will be compensations to the owners of these goods to make up for the lost sales they will be expecting once the roads have been cleared. Yes, the merchant's oily voice rang out through the air. I took a mental note of how not once did he say that the workers would be receiving any of that compensation. Ugh, merchant lords. Leeches that tried to suck more out of people at every given opportunity. To make things worse, they usually had enough connections to various nobles that even I couldn't just toss them off a cliff without causing myself some serious issues. That seems like something you should discuss with the local leadership, Mr. Chen. I emphasized the man's lack of any title to hopefully get him to remember who he was talking to. Unfortunately, this particular slime ignored my tone. Of course you are right, Your Highness, the man said with a condescending tone that would have been right at home in the capital. But a gesture from the visiting nobility would go a long way in making sure that the proper people get what they deserve. People like you, I suppose? I idly checked over my nails. Well, of course. Without my business, trade would slow down all over the colonies. Doubtful. I was already aware of the major caravan companies moving city to city, and this man didn't own one. It's possible he could have had something to do with some of the larger towns in the area, but I didn't particularly care about that. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Suddenly, the door to the meeting hall burst open as Sha Wujing made his way inside. Thank Agni, a distraction. Princess, apologies for the interruption, but I have news from our interrogators. He said seriously. I see. Mr. Chen, you're dismissed. We can revisit this conversation at another time. Never, if I had my way about it. The complaining merchant was immediately dragged out by two of my guards, and the room was sealed. Is there actually some news, or did you just do that to get him out of my hall? I sighed and looked at the troop leader. I wish it was simply to get him to leave. The information we received, it isn't good. I sighed. Of course not, that would be far too easy. I sat up and gave Sha Wujing my full attention. Very well, what did they have to say? A force of 500 elite earthbenders are on their way to take this city. They will arrive in 3 days if there were no delays. I was speechless. Are you sure? 3 separate prisoners all confirmed it. Unless they managed to collaborate before they were captured, we are reasonably sure they are telling the truth. Spirits, I had no idea how to react to this. Not only were the routes to the neighboring cities still being excavated by my own earthbender forces, even if they were clear, 3 days wasn't enough to get reinforcements in time. Princess, it might be best if you took a small group and escaped before this force arrives. Sha Wujing said hesitantly. I immediately shook my head. No, the loss of such an important city would be the perfect excuse for father to recall me to the capital. Besides, running from a force like this would ruin my reputation in the colonies. That is unacceptable. Sha Wujing did not look happy at my decision, but it was his job to keep me safe and I was certainly not making it easy for him. What shall we do then? I thought furiously for a moment. 500 earthbenders was far too many for the garrison to last long against even with my forces added to them. In a straight-up fight, we lose, simple as that. Which meant I needed to draw them into fighting me on my terms instead. Alright, first we need scouts. Find out exactly where this force is and what they have with them. Second, send someone to recall all the soldiers we have working on clearing the paths. No good will come of that for now. Finally, get the squad captains together and work out a schedule for patrolling the city. Once we tell the citizens, I'm sure a few are going to panic. We don't have time to deal with distractions though, so I want any troublemakers arrested before they can rile everyone up too much. Of course, what about our own earthbenders? See if any of them can talk to the locals about where the Earth Kingdom would want to attack from. I'm sure they can get more useful details than our firebenders would. Sha Wujing saluted and rushed out of the hall. As soon as he left I collapsed back and ran a hand through my hair. Well, this was a mess. Public unrest and rebels I could deal with no worries. An invading army was far beyond my abilities. And as much as I could bluster about fighting them on my terms, I didn't really know what my terms were. Hopefully the scouts would give me something useful to work with. Oh. A day and a half later, the scouts had returned and confirmed the presence of a large number of earthbenders approaching the city. They were moving slowly, but they also didn't seem to be concerned about being discovered or sneaking around, which meant they probably expected the group we captured earlier to be distracting the city guards still. How unfortunate they were enjoying their time in jail cells instead of causing whatever chaos they were planning on. That thought made me smile, but not nearly as much as the information I got from my Earthbender Corps. Not only was there a perfect place to stall the advancing army for a bit, There was also a good opportunity to potentially force them back to the Earth Kingdom if I was lucky enough. It would be a pretty underhanded move, but as father had proved to me time and time again, nothing was too underhanded if you got what you wanted. Chapter 19. The day was shaping up to be perfect. The sun was shining brightly without a cloud in sight, everything was a pleasant temperature, not too hot nor too cold, and a slight breeze carried a refreshing scent of nature from the surroundings. It was the kind of day that would encourage people with nothing to do to simply enjoy the outdoors. They might even set up a picnic to fully enjoy the good weather. Unfortunately, the citizens of the border city Ange weren't in a position to enjoy the day. The message of an army of elite earthbenders on the way had left many of them wondering if today was the day they might lose their homes. Only the presence of the city guard and the troops brought by a genuine princess of the Fire Nation managed to keep many of them from panicking. They all convinced themselves that the princess was hard at work with her advisors readying the soldiers to repel the attackers, when in reality, they're taking their time, aren't they? I sighed while I idly ran a finger around the rim of my teacup. That princess was outside the walls enjoying tea and lounging around on a sedan chair, doing absolutely nothing as she waited for the earthbenders to arrive. Our scouts estimate they should be visible within 15 minutes if their pace hasn't changed. Sha Wujing replied tersely. For some reason he didn't like me sitting around outside with only a handful of guards and a hostile army on the way. He was stuffy like that. So the army of highly trained soldiers is almost here to kill us? Goody. Chi-Song snarked from beside me as she refilled my cup. She also wasn't thrilled about being out here, but it mostly stemmed from the fact she was out here with me. Don't be so dramatic. We'll be fine. I waved a hand dismissively at her. I continued to enjoy my tea until an Earth Kingdom scout on an ostrich horse appeared over the horizon, spotted our group, and quickly disappeared back the way he came. Minutes later, a group pretty close in size to our own flying a truce flag came into view and started to approach. It seemed the Earth General was willing to at least negotiate a little before the siege started. Good. Part 1 of the plan was about to begin. Oh. I waited calmly as the group approached and took some time to inspect the members. Most of them were normal soldiers and there were a pair of officers, but the most eye-catching person in the group was the general himself. He was a massive man with an equally impressive beard that went down to the middle of his chest. Although I would be more impressed if he actually took care of the thing. It was so scruffy and wild-looking that it was clear the man took the barest amount of care of it if he bothered at all. He would have been forced to cut it if he was in the Fire Nation army, general or not, but I guess not everyone cared about maintaining the outward dignity of their positions. Once they were close enough, I stood from my chair and called out to them. Good afternoon. Welcome to Ange, can I interest you fine men in some tea? My polite greeting was met with a stony silence as the earthbenders just stared at me. I'd be offended, but them wasting time suited my plans fine, so I just continued to wait patiently. After a few seconds, the general dismounted his ostrich horse with a slight tremor as he childishly tried to intimidate us with a small demonstration of his earthbending. I ignored it and motioned at the low table I had set up in advance, welcoming him to take a seat. The general looked over the table, snorted at the Fire Nation symbol prominently displayed, and launched the whole thing with another burst of earthbending. He replaced the now shattered table with a block of stone and took a seat on another smaller rock. I felt my eye twitch a bit at the unnecessary destruction of a perfectly fine tea set and the show of blatant aggression. Clearly the man was only going through the motions of a parley and was eager to get to fighting. Clearly I wasn't going to be matching wits with some master strategist. I ignored his display and gracefully joined him at his rock table, motioning for Chi-Song to prepare another pot of tea. While my attendant was busy with that, I tried to get the general talking. Would you care to have any of your men join us? Or have them relax while we discuss things? I'm sure they would like the opportunity. Once again, the general scoffed at me and turned to look at Sha Wujing, who was standing behind me. I don't have time to play games with some brat thinking war is just a game. Bring out the real leader or I'm leaving this farce. Sha Wujing was sweating but pointedly did not answer. Instead, I pinned the general with a stare that dared him to ignore me. I can assure you, General, that I am the one in charge here. Which you would know if you bothered to be the least bit civilized and introduced yourself. TCH, the large man clicked his tongue and twisted his face in annoyance, but complied. I am General Fong. I am here to bring the city of Ange back into its rightful place as part of the Earth Kingdom. I nodded as I recognized the name. General Fong was one of the enemy generals I had heard of often in the capital. Mostly because everyone in the Fire Nation hated finding themselves going up against him. Not because he was exceptionally clever or anything like that, although from what I heard he wasn't exactly stupid either. But because he was ruthlessly aggressive and just the slightest bit insane. There were stories where Fong would order full charges against Fire Nation soldiers despite his troops being injured, and he would win because his troops were willing to fight long after they should have been too hurt to move. It didn't help that he was also skilled enough that anyone short of a master wasn't able to beat him. I was glad my plan didn't revolve around beating the army itself, since Fong's soldiers wouldn't give up until the man himself was beaten. I took a sip of my newly poured tea and waited as the general began to do the same. Your reputation precedes you, General. I am Azura, first princess of the Fire Nation. I took a vindictive kind of pleasure watching the general choke on his tea before continuing like nothing happened. I'm not going to insult the both of us by asking you to turn back, but we did manage to capture quite a few of your men trying to stir up trouble in the city. I'd be willing to release them for some concessions on your part. Fong glared at me once he finally managed to stop coughing, and I figured it would be best if I stated my terms. I'd be happy to return a few earthbenders if you cleared off the roads they blocked off earlier and allowed the citizens who wanted to leave some time to head to another city, say 2 days or so. Cough and give you time for reinforcements to arrive? I don't think so. General Fong replied hoarsely. I agree to letting any citizens who want to flee to leave by the North Road, but they will only have a day to remove themselves. I shrugged and accepted his terms since they didn't really matter in the end, and motioned for one of the guards I had with me to relay the terms of our negotiation and to bring 10 of the prisoners back with him. While we wait for them, do you want more tea? It's one of my favorite blends, and you wasted your cup earlier. I asked, fixing a polite smile on my face. The general just continued to glare at me. I don't think he liked me much for some reason. Oh. A line of miserable-looking men in civilian clothing and wooden handcuffs were presented to General Fong once my messenger returned. It made sense. They were supposed to be a diversion and sabotage the city, only to be found out and captured without doing much of anything. There you are, General. 10 earthbenders ready to be handed over in exchange for allowing any civilians that want to leave via the North Road. I said graciously. Assuming you still agree? Let's make sure they are actually earthbenders before we make any promises, he said irritably. My face hardened at the implied slight. Fine. Each of them can do a small demonstration. Anything more and I will consider it a breach of our truce. One by one each of the men stomped on the ground and lifted a small patch of earth, proving that they were indeed all earthbenders. Fong looked frustrated that he hadn't caught me trying to slip in a firebender spy amongst the group and was forced to honor his agreement. Now he would be unable to make any moves in the north for a few days, since even if the agreement only specified the one, civilians weren't that fast and no one wanted them getting caught up in a battle. The Earth Kingdom troops left as soon as General Fong made the arrangements for the released men, and my group didn't stay much longer before returning to Ange. The parley truce theoretically meant that there would be no further actions by both armies today, but maneuvering positions wasn't really considered under that, and neither General Fong nor myself wanted to bet on the other being honorable to not try something with the enemy commander right there. Part 1 of my plan had gone off without a hitch. Now I just needed to. My musings were cut off by the shrill cry of a messenger hawk. I waited patiently for Sha Wujing to allow it to perch on his extended forearm and retrieve the message. A brief glance was enough to confirm the contents, and a satisfied smile crept onto my face. Part 2 was complete. Now to wait for nightfall and the completion of Part 3. Chapter 20. Night fell over the city of Ange, and recent events such as the arrival of the Earth Kingdom army spread through both official criers and rumors passed between citizens. Both sides, Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom, had die-hard loyalists ready to argue which one of them came out on top during the first official meeting of the siege. Of course, many of those arguments were often both contradictory and in several cases, flat-out lies. Rumors spread of how one side or the other had been utterly outmatched by their leader's skill at diplomacy and resulted in the utter surrender of one of the forces were countered with more rumors about dishonorable ambushes before the two sides even managed to speak that were single-handedly defeated by one soldier. Others spoke of how the city had been traded to one side in exchange for another city along the border, and this was all just a play meant to keep the citizens in the dark. Some citizens were even spreading tales of how the Fire Nation princess and the Earth Kingdom general had fallen in love at first sight and that neither one of them could bear to harm the other, and that was why no fighting had occurred the first day the Earth Kingdom arrived. Those people were politely encouraged by any nearby guards to keep their mouths shut unless they wanted to repeat their story in front of the princess herself. Oh. Far outside the city walls, the Earth Kingdom forces had their own rumors going around camp. Many were upset a teenager had forced their general into delaying their siege on the city because she had somehow managed to capture the saboteur group and would likely try drawing out the unofficial ceasefire by releasing the captives in small groups for as long as she could in hopes of receiving reinforcements from another city. They weren't too worried, though. Their general was on top of it. He had even split up the recovered prisoners and had them demonstrate their earthbending again out of sight from each other just in case the royal fire brat had tried slipping a spy in somehow. All of them had passed and none of them showed there were any hard feelings for the suspicion. A couple of them were even chatting amicably with the soldiers that had guarded them earlier. Some about how they managed to get captured, others about what they were planning to do after they captured the city. One of the younger released captives, whose father worked as a merchant, was even explaining how to spice up their meals while traveling. A couple of the cooking enthusiasts in the army were hanging around him looking for any new tricks they might pick up. Wrap the whole thing in banana leaves and place them in the embers of a cook fire, the young man explained to his crowd. The leaves give the whole thing a subtle flavor and can even be used to reheat the whole thing later if needed. Some of the soldiers made appreciative sounds at the advice. Warm food was always harder to come by during marches, unless you were a firebender, so an easy way to heat food without needing to cook it or keep it warm for a bit longer was a huge hit in the group. "Man, I can't wait to try that out," one of the soldiers commented. "Where did you even learn that, Zhiwuning?" Dad picked up some travelers obsessed with bananas between cities once. They spent the next 5 days telling him everything part of a banana tree could possibly be used for and a few things I'm sure they made up. Zhiwuning shrugged. He refused to even look at a banana for a few weeks after that trip, but some of the tips are useful. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. You meet all kinds of people on the road, one of the soldiers said sagely. But the sun's going down and we've got watches to cover. Oh, we didn't hear anything about a night watch rotation. Zhiwuning scratched the back of his head and looked at a couple of his fellow rescues. They shrugged back, no one had mentioned it to them either. "Don't worry about it." Another of the soldiers reassured them. "The general doesn't want to put too much stress on you guys right away. Unlike most of the nobles we run into, he knows you need a bit of downtime to recover after being captured." "Huh, that's nice of him." The Earth Kingdom soldiers all smiled widely. "Yep, that's why he's the best. He'll take care of that fire brat in no time flat once she's done hiding behind people." With that final comment they all walked off, heading to their posts and leaving Zhiwuning and his fellow earthbenders behind. Zhiwuning slowly blew out a lungful of air while looking at the sky, hands laced behind his head. "So General Feng is a good guy, huh?" he muttered. "That kinda sucks. This would be easier if he was a jerk." "Getting second thoughts?" one of the infiltrators asked, but Zhiwuning shook his head. "Nah, I just don't like being the bad guy. Plus, Azura's counting on us for this." Can't go letting down the only decent noble we've run across. True. But the good news is, if we pull this off, the army should turn around without a fight. Better make sure we pull this off then. Zhu Wuning checked the progress of the sun in the sky and guessed at the time. Should be a few hours before the signal. We should start getting in place. The group gave each other a bit of last-minute encouragement and splintered off into the army camp. The general might be a good man who cared about his soldiers and trusted them implicitly, but this time his nature was going to come back to bite him very soon. Oh. Even after the sun had set, some soldiers could be seen moving around the camp. Most of those were replacements for watch rotations or patrols around camp for troublemakers, or to stop any fights between comrades, which really meant keeping an eye out for the few that had too much to drink and keeping them from hurting themselves. A couple more could be seen heading to the mid-sized stream that ran westward towards Ange, before turning south and disappearing into the thick forest bordering the city. Usually it was to fetch water for the various animals the army had brought with them, but others took advantage of the running water to wash themselves after moving around all day. One group of 5, however, took great care to make it to the bank of the stream while attracting as little attention as possible. They managed it easy enough. All the soldiers in the camp were looking for outside threats, not a group leaving their own camp. Each member lined up along the bank and sunk into a low stance. As when they drew their arms back before crouching even lower, then suddenly surging upwards. 5 simple stone pathways rose from the bottom of the stream and extended all the way to the other shore. A shuttered lantern was produced, and 3 quick flashes of light later, several dark shapes started filtering out of the forest. No one spotted you? If they did, they didn't raise an alarm. Good, then let's begin. For the Fire Nation. For Princess Azura. Oh. The attack caught the camp completely by surprise. General Feng had posted watchers all along the perimeter but had left the side covered by the stream mostly unguarded, trusting the thick woods and the current to make any late-night crossings impossible. Under normal circumstances, he might have even been right. But with the aid of a handful of bridges made by Azura's earthbenders, her firebender troops were able to cross undetected and unopposed. They torched the supply carts first. Weeks' worth of food was burned to ash in minutes. The Earth Kingdom soldiers did their best to haul the carts closer to the stream, but the axles were all mysteriously broken and some of the carts were crushed accidentally when several teams tried earthbending them closer. Tents were next, not that anyone was asleep for long after the attack started, but a good amount of personal belongings were destroyed. Not all though. Several soldiers ignored the attackers in favor of protecting certain items like maps or blankets. And finally the firebenders reached the temporary stables. The attackers freed every ostrich horse they could and stoked them all into a frenzy by waving a good amount of fire in front of them. The animals panicked and trampled their way through what used to be the army camp before they scattered into the surrounding landscape. By the time General Feng and his officers managed to gain a small amount of control, the Fire Nation troops and their infiltrators had all retreated back across the stream and removed any sign of their crossing, like they were never there. Chapter 21. I was far more nervous waiting for the Earth Kingdom to approach for parley the second time. Technically, there was nothing saying General Feng needed to accept a second meeting and he could just attack my camp before moving on to the city. Agni knows the Fire Nation didn't always accept second attempts. Which is why this time I was not relaxing in a chair drinking tea. Instead, I had an elite team of 20 of my best firebenders standing behind me ready to turn our surroundings into an inferno before we fled back to the city should our enemies decide not to be polite. This was the first time in my life that one of my plans had an immediate risk of getting a large amount of people hurt if things went wrong. Sure, I had ruined the career of several nobles and politicians back home, but that could always be smoothed over at some point if needed. Now I was dealing with an enemy general who had very little reason to hold back against me personally, and several reasons to make sure things didn't go my way if he wanted to be stubborn. I had thought after all Uncle's stories and lessons about leading soldiers into battle I was ready to hold the lives of my troops in my hands. Only now that I was too deep into my own plans to turn back, did I realize how wrong I was. I didn't have to wait long before the enemy army came into view. Despite the near-total loss of their supplies, the Earth Kingdom decided to continue on to the city rather than retreat. Something I was fully expecting from someone like Fong, which is why I had one more, slightly, underhanded move to play if I couldn't convince him to retreat. "A small party is breaking off from the army, Princess," one of my guards said, looking through a spyglass. Looks like General Fong was going to deal with me personally. Now I just had to see if that meant talking or fighting. We waited silently as a dozen ostrich horses grew closer, and I found myself glancing at the guard with the spyglass, waiting for him to announce if they were flying a truce flag or not. When they were more than halfway between me and the army, my guard started getting nervous. "Princess, perhaps we should move back to the city? We'll wait a little bit longer." I was not going to give Fong the chance to say he scared me off. We can now clearly see the riders and their lack of a flag with our bare eyes. "Princess," my guard tried again. "Wait." I ignored the bead of sweat running down my spine. The riders were now close enough that they would catch up to us before we made it back to the walls. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Still no flag. I was just about to order the guards to take me back when one of the riders finally raised a truce flag. The action had me letting out a deep sigh of relief. I had been worried General Fong would mess up the plan by ignoring me entirely. Thankfully, either he or one of his advisors had decided to at least follow the letter of tradition and meet us rather than the spirit by showing their intentions when they were in sight. I was also fully aware that any complaints about following the letter and ignoring the spirit were hilariously hypocritical, but I would still complain about it. Being hypocritical was practically a requirement of nobility. My train of thought was jerked back to the present when General Fong jumped off his mount and caused a localized quake before stomping up to me, making me crane my head back to look him in the face. "Well, you certainly have guts to show your face after what you did," the general growled. "So why shouldn't I just crush you and move on to capturing Ange? I take it you found the actual prisoners I left you?" I had my soldiers leave the prisoners by the riverbank after they retrieved my infiltrators. Mostly just to prevent anyone from spreading rumors that I wouldn't return prisoners, even though I never specified I would be handing over Earth Kingdom Earthbenders, but also because I didn't need them anymore and they were a drain on my resources. I'm still not hearing a reason. He definitely found them if he was that angry. "For two reasons then," I replied with a calm I didn't really feel. One wrong move and this would be a mutually destructive battle I would probably end up losing. The first is that you no longer have the supplies for a long siege. If I'm right, you barely have enough food to make it back to the Earth Kingdom. You've certainly been through with your cowardly tactic. You are hardly one to call it cowardly. After all, didn't you also have saboteurs try and disrupt the city? I pointed out. Oh, he didn't like that at all. I could feel and hear the ground compressing alongside his fists, and I was aware of my guards and the other earthbenders preparing for a fight. I needed to make him stop before something happened, so I rushed to give him my next reason. "The second is that your army will still starve even if you take the city." The rumbling stopped. The troops were still on edge, but no one looked like they were going to attack. "Explain." I was almost hyper-aware of how close I was to burning myself here. I couldn't afford to show any weakness. "It's simple really. I made sure to remove as much food from the city as possible when I sent the civilians away." "Don't give me that look, everyone does it. Can't have the peasants starving after all," I said flippantly. I also happened to give several soldiers orders to burn the rest of the food supply should it look like we are going to lose. The rumbling was back. "I guess if you are going to hold the lives of my soldiers like this, then I shouldn't hold back from seizing what we need from those refugees then. And what makes you think the guards with them don't have similar orders?" I bluffed. I hadn't thought about him going after the citizens that left. Usually, nobility wouldn't even consider it because it would reflect badly on them through their peers. Fong must not care about his image over the well-being of his men. Irritating. Unforeseen and very irritating. For a long time, the Earth Kingdom general stared angrily down at me while I kept my expression calm, though I allowed an arrogant smirk to grow the longer he did nothing. I was betting that he wouldn't throw away his soldiers to a hard-fought siege only to then have to starve and then deal with the reinforcements that would be on the way. Anj was a rather useless city on its own, but its location on various trade routes guaranteed the Fire Nation would attempt to take it back. Fong simply couldn't hold the city under these circumstances. Very well. Pray to the spirits we never meet on the battlefield again, royal brat. You won't be able to pull this off again. I swear by Prithvi. With those final words, General Fong remounted his ostrich horse and led his group back to the Earth Kingdom army. Not long after, the army began retreating. I closed my eyes and silently released the breath I didn't know I was holding. That had been far more nerve-wracking than normal. Who would have guessed bluffing my way out of an actual battle when I didn't have overwhelming force would be so stressful? That being said, I wanted to get far away from this city as soon as possible. I did not want to wind up facing another army for any reason. Certainly not one with the leading general angry at me specifically. Let's return to Anj. I ordered my guards. And someone send word to the group moving north they are free to return to the city. I think it was time to return to the coast. I had gotten first-hand experience how difficult it was to be a frontline commander, and I found I was nowhere ready to make this a regular thing. Perhaps I should reach out to one of Uncle's friends to see if they would be willing to act as an advisor so I didn't have to threaten to burn down the city I was defending to make the enemy retreat. Chapter 22. Finally, almost back in a civilized city. No more sleeping in wagons, lackluster food, being forced to bathe in a river if one was lucky enough to be nearby. Thank Agni the Earthbenders and my group made sure muddy roads weren't an issue, or traveling would have been even worse. Oh, we're nearly there? Thank goodness, if I stuck in the inside of the carriage for much longer I would have gone insane. Chi-Song flopped dramatically on her side of the benches. Sadly, I couldn't do the same. Even in private I had an image to uphold. It didn't mean I didn't want to though. I did give my handmaiden a slight smile though. So I shouldn't mention we will be skipping this city and continuing to our destination? Chi-Song froze. Eyes wide at the horrific possibility, her head slowly turned towards me. No, please tell me that was just an evil joke. I can't take another day in this stupid carriage. Before I could continue my joke, Zhu Wuning slid back the divider between us and where he was sitting with the driver. We're almost to the city of Bulin. We should be there in about an hour, 2 at most. And slid the divider shut again. Chi-Song's face went from horror, to betrayal, to resigned acceptance at being the victim of my sense of humor. That was just mean. She pouted. I have to have fun somehow. I chuckled. Besides, if some light teasing is enough to get you this flustered, the nobles at the royal court will eat you alive. Please, them I can handle. Chi-Song scoffed. Especially if they're like the other nobles that meet with Dad. You are just terrifying. The fact you have a sense of humor makes it worse. Thanks for the compliment. My handmaiden just sighed and started preparing for when we would arrive at the city, apparently deciding silence was easier than dealing with me for now. Oh. To be honest, I was rather looking forward to spending some time in Bulin. Unlike many of the cities I had stopped at so far, this one was a key military stronghold as well as being an important port city. If I played my cards right, I would be able to spread my influence to several areas simply by making some deals in the city. It also had the benefit of not being remotely close to the border, so there was little chance of suddenly being forced to plan against foreign sabotage or an invading army. The worst I should have to deal with would be some political maneuvering and maybe a few bandits in the area. Those were longer-term advantages though. Personally, I was more interested in a long bath than advancing my plans at the moment. The city itself was heavily influenced by Fire Nation architecture. The blocky, earth-colored buildings were replaced by much more pleasant ones in reds and blacks with the lighter colors used to highlight the differences in color rather than simply blending into the background. As we made our way through the streets, I noticed the people seemed rather content as well. Unlike many of my destinations, this city didn't have some conflict or disaster brewing under the surface for me to take advantage of. But this time I didn't need it. Between the programs I had been establishing elsewhere and my victory at Ange, I had no need to convince people to put their trust in me. My reputation and position would get me a foot in the door without me needing to lift a finger. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. We're arriving. Zhu Wuning called back as the carriage began to slow down. Finally. A few boring greetings I could mostly breeze through, and then finally I could get a proper bath. As befitting of a major port city, Bulin had an official greeting area for important visitors. The walkway was lined with fully armored soldiers at attention and two elderly men waiting at the base of the stairs who immediately bowed as I took my first few steps off the carriage. A textbook demonstration of welcoming a member of the royal family. Qisong waited until I was fully on the ground before shutting the carriage door and falling in step behind me. If I wanted, it was entirely in my rights to make the old men wait until I bothered to allow them to rise. But I had more important things to get to, so I simply walked up to them normally. Greetings and welcome to Bulin, Princess Azura, the one on the left said. I am the governor of this city. If you have any requests, please let me know. Yes, thank you. I said formally. I've been on the road for some time now. Have a room and refreshments prepared for me, and a place to rest for my servants. We can have a more lengthy greeting once I am rested. I was already walking past them when the one on the right cleared his throat. You may wish to adjust your plans, Princess. We have many things to discuss. He said in a tone many would not dare to use after being ordered by a member of the royal family. I paused and turned my head towards the man. Excuse me? My own voice, dangerously soft. The man bowed his head in supplication, but his attitude remained unchanged. I am Chancellor Wufong. I was dispatched by your father, Fire Lord Ozai, after other officials raised concerns you were being too enthusiastic with your interpretations of the law. Which means that someone had managed to tear my father's attention away from war reports long enough to notice my actions. Or at the very least got his approval to start poking around my business. Is that so? Your father, of course, feels these are overreactions. Chancellor Wufong lied. But he has ordered me to begin advising you on how to avoid ruffling the feathers of anyone else. I have a letter to prove it. He presented me with a folded piece of parchment that I immediately handed off to Qisong. It was likely genuine, but I would read it later, where it wouldn't be a concern if I lost control of my temper. He also had some other instructions for you as well. If you would follow me? Then he wandered into the building without waiting for my answer. Oh. I would have liked to say I blew off his implied order and went to go get my long-awaited bath, but orders from my father weren't so frivolously ignored, unfortunately. So I sat at the head of the table, surrounded by Qisong and Zhu Wuning once he returned from dealing with the carriage, and waited impatiently for the Chancellor to get started. Ahem, as I was saying, the man began. The Fire Lord has some matters he has entrusted to you. My role in this is to act as your advisor and guide you away from actions that would worry other officials. So you would dare to give me orders? Of course not, my lady. Your own authority is far above my own. I am simply a mouthpiece for the Fire Lord. In his wisdom, he has instructed me on which matters he deems inappropriate for the time being and what actions are to be taken at those times. I raised an eyebrow at that. I don't suppose you would be willing to give me a list of what my father deems inappropriate, then? After all, I can hardly avoid something without knowing what it is. Chancellor Wufong gave me one of the most insincere smiles I had ever seen. I can assure you, I will bring them to your attention at the appropriate times, but I will make sure to provide you a list when I am able. So somewhere around never. Very well, I sighed. No point kicking an iron board over and over for no reason. What is the Fire Lord so concerned about that he needs his daughter to handle personally instead of the officials whose job this should be? Oh, from the tightening of his eyes I had scored a hit I didn't mean to. It seems, he hissed tightly, that there is a band of pirates that have been making trade in the area significantly harder. The Fire Lord wants them dealt with. I blinked. Pirates? That's what had father's beard in a knot. All right then. Zhu Wuning, go tell Sha Wujing I want a fleet prepared to hunt these pirates. Ahem. I turned back to the Chancellor. Did you have something to say about my orders? He smiled apologetically. As it happens, Princess, according to Fire Nation law, only a member of the Navy can call for a fleet to be assembled. You do not have such a ranking. I cupped my hands under my chin and leaned forward. Let me get this straight. My father wants me to deal with a group of pirates attacking our ships in the ocean. And you are telling me he will not allow me to command the ships needed to do so? Of course not, Princess. I am just informing you of the legalities of the matter. Chancellor Wufeng said smoothly. If you require a fleet, perhaps you should schedule a meeting with the naval commander to discuss the issue? I slouched back as I figured out what this cretin's play was. He was going to interfere with every decision or order I made, hiding behind the law and father's authority the entire time. While this would do little to personally affect me, beyond the frustration that is, it would massively slow me down unless I wanted this eel running back to my father and likely being delayed even further when he summoned me back to the capital to investigate any issues. Clever. This could be a problem. Chapter 23. The next few weeks were frustrating, to say the least. Wufeng had swiftly proved himself to be the worst kind of petty bureaucrat, just as I feared. For every order, every meeting, and even some simple requests he had a list of procedures and obscure laws on how they needed to be conducted or carried out. It hadn't exactly made him many friends, but it accomplished his goal handily. While my reputation with the local nobility and officers had ironically only gotten better after every meeting, thanks to everyone's shared dislike for the Chancellor and their sympathy for how much I had to put up with him, I was quickly being cut out of the local power structure. Worse, I couldn't even blame them for it. When the choice was either wasting 2 hours going over every single step to make sure proper etiquette was observed for greeting a princess under the threat of being reported to the Fire Lord for disrespecting the royal family, or simply not having the princess involved at all and simply sending a summary later, well, it wasn't difficult to see what option most officials went with. Oh, they tried to put up with the Chancellor and his tricks, if only to avoid getting on my bad side. But the simple fact of the matter was that Bulin was a major military hub. Certain people simply couldn't be tied up in ceremony all day, and certain decisions had to be made as quickly as possible. And because of that I had a hard time meeting with the officers in the Navy, which meant I was having a very hard time completing father's assignment. 3 patrols were sent out with absolutely nothing to show for it, and thanks to the attention to detail Wufeng was demanding, sending more was a massive waste of time. By the time that a patrol came back, reported their findings, and another was sent out, the information would be dated and therefore useless, thanks to the Chancellor. And speaking of useless. Greetings, Princess Azura. Has there been any progress regarding your task you would like sent to your father? My latest greatest irritant asked as he walked into the room. He was allowed to skip the proper greetings and ceremony he insisted everyone else follow, because my father had excused him from them, much to my displeasure. Of course not, I snapped, not seeing a reason to be courteous. The Water Tribe pirates were spotted days ago by the last patrol I managed to be sent out, despite your meddling. They will be long gone before I can arrange for a hunter patrol to chase them down. Now, Princess, I know you have gotten used to doing things your own way. But you must learn how to manage your time within proper etiquette if you wish to honor your family. Chancellor Wufeng smirked. Even your father, Fire Lord Ozai, is bound by these rules. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. Yes, the father that had his first wife assassinated, arranged for his father to be killed, usurped his older brother's position, and mutilated his son before exiling him certainly cared for etiquette. I certainly hope my father appreciates your dedication to such things should something happen. I'm afraid I don't understand your meaning. Probably the most annoying thing about the Chancellor was the fact he was actually a competent politician and tried to never underestimate me. Where many would look at my age and assume I was beaten with my influence being stripped away and my time tied up in ceremony, Wufang never relaxed. He assumed correctly, I might add, that I was working to get rid of him just as much as he was working to keep me under his thumb. And as much as I didn't want to admit it, as things stood I had almost no way of stopping him from impeding my orders. That didn't mean I couldn't pressure him just as much as he was me. It's nothing much. I simply sent my own report to my father about what would have happened without the delays you insist on, as well as an analysis from Admiral Sorrow. According to him, there was a good chance we could have reduced or destroyed their little fleet entirely if hunter ships had been deployed immediately. I see, a now slightly nervous Wufang replied, discreetly wiping some sweat away. I'm sure he did. Up until now, anything I did or did not do reflected solely on me and my ability to lead. But by sending my father a report not only from me but also one of his admirals showing that we could have ended the pirates if not for Wufang's meddling, I had laid the blame for whatever the pirates did next partially at the Chancellor's feet. Normally this wouldn't make much of a difference since Wufang was specifically allowed by my father to interfere with my operations. But there was a problem. My father was not a reasonable man. Even if he ordered Chancellor Wufang to act as he did, there was nothing stopping the Fire Lord for holding him responsible should something happen. If an incident following this was big enough, it could spell disaster for Wufang. Of course, that required something actually happening. I wouldn't be able to use this to suddenly get rid of Wufang's interference. He couldn't simply stop without going against the order from my father, but it should be enough to at least get him to back off some. Ahem, I see, the Chancellor repeated again. I had expected to spend some time going over your activities, but if you have already submitted a report, then I suppose it would be all right to end the meeting here. Have a good day, Princess. I smiled as the annoying old man turned and retreated for now. The minute he left the room, however, I pulled a bell that summoned Chi-Song to me. Hi, Princess. Managed to send the old guy running, huh? She casually greeted. For now. But he seemed to have planned to keep me occupied for a while with reports while something else was going on. Ask around and find out if something important is happening in the city today Wufang doesn't want me knowing about. Oh. Azura, wait. Slow down. Spirits, how are you moving that fast without breaking into a jog? Chi-Song complained as she rushed after me. Unfortunately for her, I was not in the mood to humor requests at the moment. In fact, anything that tried to get in my way at the moment was likely to get incinerated. Something that must have shown on my face, because as I neared my destination, one of the guards visibly swallowed when he moved to block me. Apologies, my lady, but the meeting hall is closed by order of Chancellor Wufang until negotiate. Move. Yes, Princess. The guard practically teleported into an at-attention stance to get out of the way. I didn't pay him much attention though. No, that was reserved for the people inside the meeting hall. The next set of guards were more cooperative and immediately opened the doors to the hall when I got close, allowing me to enter without a fuss. My eyes locked onto the two visitors even as the trade official in charge of the hall for the day kept talking. As much as I would like to simply approve everything you are requesting on credit, even such distinguished guests as you simply cannot afford. I will cover the costs. Bring whatever they asked for to their ship. I interrupted, I still locked on the visitors. Princess. I said I will cover them. Now go, leave us. The official bowed and left us. I spent a good several seconds looking over the two visitors before I allowed myself to relax and for a small smile to form on my face. Hello. It's good to see you again. Uncle. Zuko.